Okay, I do not know what happened, what StreamYards was doing then, but yeah. That was all messed up. All messed up. Yeah, it's all messed up. I don't know what the heck happened then, but yeah, it's all good. My car just got roadworthy, so that came through.
Yeah.
And now the aircon's getting done. So yeah, I'll have my WRX tomorrow, hopefully. So yeah, hello everybody. Welcome to Dusty Book Sniffers. And yeah, I am still on location. I am at my daughter's house babysitting my granddaughter, and we're here to continue on with Harry Potter. Of course, I'm behind by a chapter and a bit. We are reading The Goblet of Fire. We've both got different covers, as you can see. And yeah, we should be at the top of chapter 18. Is that correct?
That's right.
Yeah. So I'm just a little bit behind. I'm about a chapter and 4 pages behind. So it won't take me long to catch up. But not a lot happened in these chapters that we read over the weekend. So, yeah.
We learned about the unforgivable curses.
Yes, we did. That's true. We did learn about the unforgivable curses.
We learned about Mad-Eye Moody.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
And then a bunch of kids showed up to,
So the other 2 schools that are going to be competing in the tri-school tournament, basically. Is that what it's called?
Tri-Wizards?
Yeah, something like that. So yeah, so basically, let me just close down some things that I've got going on here. Yeah, so we've just been introduced really to the 2 schools that have turned up. Obviously we have Victor Crumb is in there, and he's like, you know, everybody's oohing and ahhing over him because he's a Quidditch champion. And we have so we're just sort of getting into the swing of things. We've had some some things happen with them not supposed to be dropping in to let me just find the banners and let me put spoilers up. Okay, let me just pop that up there. All right. It's Monday morning, people, for me. It's obviously not happening for me. Yeah, so basically we've had the 2 schools turn up with, everybody's just sort of getting situated and all that sort of stuff in these. It was very much a filler. We didn't really learn a great deal about anything except for, as you said, the unforgivable curses. Hermione is upset because Hogwarts has house elves, which she's not impressed about, and she's forming a movement, I would suppose you would call it, I guess. And yeah, and we've
she's on one.
Yeah. She's on a roll.
Everybody keeps telling her house elves don't want that, bro.
Yeah. So so basically there's a lot of stuff happening, but not a lot at the same time. So right where I'm at the moment is where Fred and George, the Weasley twins, have put tried to put their name into the Goblet of Fire, and so they get picked. But of course, Dumbledore has sort of everything that the wizards may try to do, and witches may try to do, and they just grew a beard. But they're not the only ones. They weren't the only ones, because Dumbledore did mention that there was a couple other people that were underage, because they've given an age limit on this. So, yeah. So what are you thinking of the book so far? Like, are you liking it? Are you feeling a little bit lost? Or
no, I'm still enjoying it. It's this one's got a lot more going on.
Yeah.
But it's, I don't know, it's good. It's fine.
Yeah, I'm thoroughly enjoying it as well. As you said, it's got a lot more going on and whatnot. So it's I guess there's going to be chapters there that are just going to be filler, not fillers. Filler's probably the wrong word, but just more building of the world and what's happening and bringing extra characters in and all that sort of stuff. I think that there's going to be a lot of that in this book, just setting up for the next lot of books. But I'm not 100% sure where it's going to go that for, like I know the movies and stuff like that, but yeah.
After today, we will be more than halfway through the series book-wise.
Yeah, book-wise, yeah.
That's exciting.
That is exciting. I can't believe how quick, like after Wheel of Time, I can't believe how quick we're moving through these.
Wheel of Time took us, 14 months or something like that?
Yeah, 14 months. It was a little bit longer for me because I did start it about 6 months before you and Sid did. But yeah, but I put the books down. Like I was buddy reading it with someone, then I was waiting for them to get back on track and all that sort of stuff, and they didn't. So I ended up jumping on with you and Sid. And so if I just say that, maybe 15 months for me, maybe a bit longer, but yeah. But it was still fun, and this is great. Like I'm really enjoying this, and just knowing that on Mondays and Fridays I'm reading Harry Potter just makes my week so much easier.
Same here.
And all that. Yeah, because I just know I don't have to think. I just get up and I know this is the book that I'm reading today. What I read after, everything else is fine. Over the weekend, I did a tally of the books that I read during the month of February, and I actually read 31 books, including 13 NetGalley arcs.
That's insane.
I know. Like the 13 NetGalley arcs, they were quite quick reads. There was a couple of graphic novels in there, and there was a couple of shorter stories, but that was just buddy reads, and I think the buddy reads pushed me over because they wouldn't have been booked. And plus I also read 3 books in there that were for a vlog as well. So it was crazy. Like I think about it, I'm like, did I really read that much? And then when I went back and had a look, sure enough, I did. So it's like, oh my goodness, I don't think I want to do that again this month.
That's a lot. I didn't even touch that. I don't think. I don't even know.
No,
I read in.
And Jamie, I think she said that she done 41 or 42.
I believe it because every 3 minutes she was like, "Finish the book, finish the book."
Yeah. Like, how fast are you listening or reading it? And not all of them. I haven't finished watching her vlog yet, her wrap up, but just from the weekly wrap ups and that, not all of them were audiobooks either. So
yeah,
there's some bookish goals right there.
Yeah.
I don't think I could do it. I feel I don't feel tired. I just feel like I need to slow down. And of course, we're going into the Women's Prize for Fiction season. What are we? It's two days for me before it gets announced. We'll know the long list. That's why I haven't put out a TBR video this month, because my TBR will be the Women's Prize for Fiction long list. So I'm just sort of, I've got a few other books that I'm reading for Bingo Jenga and all that sort of stuff. And then I've got a couple of buddy reads as well. So, but this year, I don't know how I'm going. I'm just going to do weekly vlogs, and however many books I get done, I get done on that. So, because I've got until the 24th of April to get those 16 books read. So that's more than a month. It's like 6 weeks, roughly 6-7 weeks. So I don't want to rush them this year. I want to take my time and just cruise with them. Of course, I've also got to find them. That's always fun too, because they're not always available on that here. Like in physical form, they're not always available. I can usually get them on Kindle, but that's about it. All right, let's have a check and see who is here. How's your weekend been anyway? Good?
Pretty lazy. I haven't done
Pretty lazy?
anything. Yeah, I was like, I'm gonna clean the house, and we all know me. I was like,
I have been like that lately, where I'm like, I couldn't be bothered. So I've just been, whenever I get up, I'll do something little, and then it seems to have just worked, and the whole house has got clean somehow. So,
if I did that every time I got up, I'd probably get a lot more done. But
yeah.
today
I just like
finally got up. I was like, I should probably stretch and shit.
time to move the body. It gets like that though. But yeah, you had snow though, so I don't blame you.
Yeah, it's always a demotivator for me. I was like,
yeah,
gross.
That's like when it rains or it's really cloudy and cold. It's a demotivator for me as well. So Jean is here. Hello, Jean. Don't forget to hit the like button while you're waiting. Thank you. Hey, Dusty and Coda.
Yeah.
I'm going to be reading Alchemy of Murder by Carol McCleary. Awesome. That's okay. I answered to Dusty anyway. That's fine, Anne. It's all good. Hi, Chris. How you going? How's your weekend been? Hope you had a great weekend. Thanks for joining. Goblet of Fire is my favorite book. Awesome. I don't know what's going to be my favorite book. I'm sort of taking notes and stuff like that. But right now, I'm not going. I don't even want to speculate, which is going to be my good one.
Yeah, I'm just here for the ride. It's like Wheel of Time. Yeah. It's all one book, right?
Yeah, that's it. Like when it's a series, it's just one book. It's really hard to pick which one's the best one. Yeah, no, I don't think I could. Hello, Alison. Thank you for joining. Hello. Got caught up and ready to read. Awesome. Also, Coda, I love the rainbow blanket behind you.
Thanks. You know what's really cool about this blanket is it has a hood.
Oh.
So you can wear it.
Love it. Love it. Sadia has also joined us as well. Hello. Thank you for joining. Jane says, hello, Nicole and Coda. Still sick? Oh, no. That's not good.
Oh, sorry.
I hope you feel better soon. That's not good.
No.
But 40% through Pucking Fake Boyfriend. There is no hockey in it so far other than the getting a message after the game. Okay. Interesting.
Boyfriend.
Yeah. Nice play on words there.
Yeah.
Selena says, morning, everybody. I'm in bed sick with hopefully lots of reading today. Oh, my goodness. I'm so sorry that you're feeling sick. There's nothing worse than being hello, Dustin. Thanks for joining. Love the blanket. Love the blanket. It's cool it's got a hood on it. I like that, the fact that it's got a hood on it as well. I'm reading Before I Let Go by Kennedy Ryan, but I'll probably be studying for most of today. Oh, Buddha studying. I'd rather be reading, to be honest. So maybe you might be able to sneak some reading in, maybe do one sprint of studying, one sprint of reading. Will help you not study.
Such good influences.
It will help you not to study.
Oh, you're studying. You do something else.
Yeah, that's it. Morgane has also joined us as well. Hello, I'll be reading Soul Keeper. Awesome. Well, thank you, everybody that's joining today. I really do appreciate it. We've got to the end of the comments, so we'll go for a quick sprint, I guess. Well, not quick, an hour. Catherine's also joined us. My favourite Harry Potter is Goblet of Fire, for sure. Today I'm reading Hitchhiker's Guide to Galaxy. This is a book that I have not read. Have you read this?
No, but I have the first 3.
I do not have any of the books, but I have wanted to read it for quite some time.
I got them at the last Church of the Friends of the Library sale before I went on my book buying ban. 'Cause they do that
Okay,
every
cool.
year, and I go and I get like a box of paperback books. I shop like you do.
Yeah. I was going to say, obviously, we shop like the same. I might have to keep an eye out for them and see if I can't get them. I
I
might
think
send
we do
a.
shop like very much the same, because don't you do this thing like I do where you're like, oh, I've heard of that book.
Yep.
Oh, I've heard of that book.
Yep. Oh, I've seen that one before. I'll grab that. Disclaimer though, for me, okay, I'm 54, okay, this year, and my partner and I want to retire sooner rather than later, rather than be at retirement age. So basically, the buying that I'm doing now, I'm actually buying for the future.
I get it. I do the same thing.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Yeah, and so when funds aren't as flush as they are now, at least I'll have books to read.
See?
So yeah, so that's why I stuff my Kindle, do the stuff my Kindle days. Anytime I see a free book, I get it. All the NetGalley, that's why I'm trying to build up my NetGalley, so I won't have to pay out all this money and all the rest of it. So but don't worry, the girl sends herself broke every month.
The more old books you collect before you retire, the more likely it is you'll only have to buy new books.
That's right. That's right. But see, too, I've also got that guy that goes to the markets where he has books for $2.
I know, I'm jealous.
So
your book
like I can still go, like I can go with $20 once a month and get myself 10 books.
Yeah, I need a book dealer.
Yeah. So there's actually a couple of book dealers at the I don't know if they want to be called dealers, but anyway, book pushers. We'll call them book pushers.
That's better.
I prefer that. But but Bob is a book pusher, because you know what he does? He stands there. His wife takes in all the money and all the rest of it, and he stands there. And anybody that walks into his store, he goes, "You need to read this."
Have you read this?
I just look at him and go, "No, I have a list. These are the books that I want to read." And this is how our first conversation went. And then he just looked at me and he goes, "I like you." Because I pushed straight back at him. And then I'm like, "Excuse me, no, sir. This is not happening. This is the books I want." Yeah. And then I send him a list all the time and go, "I'm looking for this and looking for that." And he's been pretty good. He's come through with a lot of books, even ones that have been out of print and stuff. I mean, they're not necessarily new books, but sometimes he comes across ones that have only been released in the last couple of years. So yeah, I'm pretty happy with that.
Right.
So I'll have to send a message to him and say, "Excuse me, I need these books." Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Will you be getting up early to listen to the Women's Prize announcement? I have to see what time it is, because last year it was like 3:00 in the morning. And no, but I may. I'll just see how I go. Because I mean, I could probably do a reaction video as I'm watching it. Half asleep. Yeah, and I'll be like, I'm curious to see if any of the books that I've said on my wish list, it's going to be on there.
I'm going to have to say that you should do that. Yeah, you should definitely do a reaction video.
Yeah. I might have to on that. I will normally do like books that I was surprised about and stuff that were on there. But to be perfectly honest, there are so many books that could be on this list. Anything is going to be a surprise. I'm curious to see if any of the ones that I said. So yeah, I'll be continuing with a canticle of. Oh, I'm not even going to. Can you pronounce that?
Leibowitz? Leibowitz.
No.
Lebowitz.
Not happening. The latest score isn't working. Who won the girl bands?
I heard. Who did I hear? Was it?
It was Spice Girls that won, didn't they?
I heard today, but was it?
What? Oh, has it changed? Because I thought that Rainey put it up yesterday.
Yeah, I heard it in Sprints today, but I don't want to say because I don't remember. I might be wrong because I might remember wrong. But yeah, it's posted, Jean.
I was going to say, I thought it was already posted. Let me just have a look. Announcements. Yeah, Spice Girls came in first. We came in second. TLC came in second. Then Destiny's Child, which is the team that Jamie was on, and then Cheetah Girls.
I can't believe Destiny's Child wasn't further along with Jamie reading all those books.
Spice Girls Spice Girls kicked it out of the park. Like, they got 603 points. And the closest team to that was 486, then 453, then 417.
Wow.
Yeah, so they kicked it out of the park. But it's in our Discord is not probably working still for Jean. That's why. Yeah. Makes Perfect says to me, buy them all, investment. Yep, that's right.
So gotta go find it at the library or borrow it if you already have it when it's time to read it.
I purchased 116 books last month in January. I went to a book fest and I purchased 116 secondhand books. My theory is that's 116 books that didn't end up in landfill. There are 116 books that are getting a second chance, maybe even a fourth or fifth chance. And it only cost me, I think it was just on $300, and the money went to charity as well. So kicking goals everywhere there. And I'm sort of trying not to, but the only brand new books that I'm buying at the moment are the Reese's Book Club ones, which is only $12 a year. The rest I'm trying to get secondhand. I don't always succeed, so then I will have to buy, but I try to get secondhand. Yeah, Spice Girls won, second TLC. We'll be reading Harry Potter at the start and starting either City of Brass or Written in the Stars. Awesome. I read Hitchhiker's Guide in high school. The whole series. How many's in the series?
Is it 5 or 7, something like that? Let me look.
I have several books that I'm going to attempt to read this week. 1984, which I'm behind on. I was supposed to have that read already by Sunday. This is my new Jenga pick, which is Matilda. It's a new series. Jackie French, which is an Australian author. And I was like, holy crapola, this woman has a lot of books.
There are 7, I think.
Okay, cool.
But the original trilogy is the first 3. I also pulled 1984 off the shelf. I don't know if I'll have time to read it this month. I'm so stacked already. But I pulled it.
I started reading it and I'm just not feeling it. Like, I sort of got into it and I'm just not feeling it. So I don't know whether I'm going to get this read this month or not. I picked it up. I think I read like 10 pages or something like that, and I'm not sure. But if you want to pick it up, maybe we can encourage each other to read it. I don't know. I read Animal Farm in January. This is one of the ones that I want to read this year. I read Animal Farm in January. I don't entirely know if I got it, like, to be honest. But again, I've read a book during a readathon that I probably shouldn't have read during a readathon. So I just have to be a little bit more careful. I do to keep on track for the classics. I do have to read this month, or at least the first week of next month. So yeah, I don't know. And I've got Anna Green Gables, which also falls under the classics as well.
Yeah, that'll count for a classic. And then your 1984 also counts as a banned book if you're doing
that. Well, that was what the prompt was for the bingo. The Jenga bingo. Yeah. Read a banned book. So I'm going to this one is a maybe this week. Obviously I'm going to be reading this, but these are the other ones that I've got for this week. So, and I've also got a vlog about them and stuff like that. And I've got editing to do and all that sort of stuff. That's sort of some of the things that I'm going to do today.
I've got so many books to read. Well, it's not even that there's so many. It's that I picked up A Little Life, which is 800 pages. And then with Noteworthy Nicole, I'm going to read Jonathan Strange and Mr. Norrell. And it's like 1,000 pages or something like that.
Yeah.
So that's why I was like, let's read Anne of Green Gables in one sitting.
Yes. Look, I wouldn't be able to stretch Anne. Like, I've read Anne of Green Gables. This is the copy that I'm reading from. I've got several different copies of Anne of Green Gables. But I brought
5. Well, it says 10 hours on the audio. So I was like, that's one sitting.
Sprint. Yeah. And we do 4 sprints usually on a Wednesday.
Right.
So, yeah. So this is the copy that I'm going to be reading. I'm going to start this on Wednesday. This is a reread for me as well. So it's not something that I sit down and actually I'll go and do other things because I already know all the characters and all that sort of stuff. And there are quite a number of books, I think, with Anne, like there's 6 or 7 books, but I generally have only reread this one. I've read the second and third, but I haven't finished completed the series because I always just end up going back to this where she first goes there and all that sort of stuff. So, yeah.
It's the first time read for me. My copy's right here. Are you laughing at my old man sounds?
I didn't even pay attention because my husband does the same thing. He gets up and it's like, oh, and I'm like, them creaking bones.
So here's my stack for this month. Holy
Mother of God.
It says, look, Jean, I didn't forget about you. So that's why I was like, Anne can go quick. Yeah, because the Harry Potter books are big, but they'll go fast because the audio.
Yeah.
And I figure Anne will go fast. This is my copy.
Yeah.
Just like
that's cute.
A watermill.
Yeah.
But it's pretty short. And then
they're not big books. As you said, it only goes for 10 hours.
We can do World War Z with Vanessa, and you said you got this on Kindle, right?
Yes, I can get that on Kindle, yes.
Okay, cool. Or no, you said you found it on Libby, right?
I can't remember where I found it.
Or something. You said you found it free, I think. Maybe it was Jean that told me she was getting it on Kindle.
I don't know. I found it somewhere. I can't remember. I'll have to go and have a look. Just let me know. Hang on, I just got to send an address.
I figured this won't take us but just one day too.
Yeah, that won't take long at all either. I think I actually found mine on Everend.
I think that is where you told me you found it.
Yeah. Either way, it'll be fine. I will find it somewhere. It'll be there somewhere. So yeah, that is a lot of books that you've got. What you doing? Okay. You're looking guilty as sin. So what are you doing? Nothing? Okay. Okay. All right. Go watch TV. In a minute. Okay. Discord is not working for Jean. That's why Jean was asking. Monica has also joined us as well. I'll be lurking most of the days I'm working and hopefully read a bit later. Awesome. I feel like I'm going into battle. I've been watching Women's Prize predictions and the books I don't already have. I've ordered from the library or put onto a Kobo wish list.
Kristen orders the predictions, so she's set no matter what.
Yeah. I think I've watched a couple of predictions. I haven't watched all of the predictions, but I've watched a few that I've watched last year as well. So Gem of Books is one. There's a couple of her friends that do it as well. I can't think of their names off the top of my head. One's in Bali at the moment, in Indonesia, and fiction was the Fiction Plot and Gunpowder Plot and Fiction or something is the channel. an Aussie channel. I watch theirs, and there's a couple others as well that I've watched, but I can't think of their names off the top of my head. And there's quite a number of books that I'm like, oh, that on my list. I'm just not going to do that. I'm just going to wait until the long list comes out, and that's all I'm going to read. I'm not going to overwhelm myself with literary fiction. I went a different way. I went like historical fiction and romance, and that everybody else was like, I just went into it to have a bit of fun. Because like I could get all the books in the world, throw them up, and probably still wouldn't get any of the any of the books that will be on the list because so many books came out. I didn't like 1984. Fair enough. I don't know yet.
The real 1984 was cool, That's the year I was born.
Oh, yeah. 1984, the year that I lived, I was 14 years old. It was a good year. There was lots of partying. There was lots of sneaking out the window. There was lots of, like, stuff that kids don't even do these days. Like, it was a good year. I like the idea and the world, but I just had no interest in the lives of the characters presented. Yeah, that's fair enough.
Fair enough.
I also felt really clunky. I wanted it to be much more than I did. Okay, that's fair enough. I don't know. I don't know yet. I've never read it.
That can almost ruin a book, huh? Like if you're expecting it to be like really expecting to enjoy it and it doesn't hit you like within the first 25%, it can be really discouraging.
Yeah, well, that's it. And then it is also a classic as well. And it's a banned book. And you're like, I started reading it. Like I actually said to Savannah, I'm like, why was it banned in the beginning? Like, why did they ban it? Does anybody know?
I mean, I can research it.
Yeah.
It says repeatedly been banned and challenged in the past for its social and political themes as well as for sexual content.
Okay. All right.
Because the novel offers insight to those under leadership of oppressive regimes.
Oh, okay.
That makes a little bit more. That's a little clearer.
Not sure how long you're online for because I'm doing slightly shorter days than normal. Otherwise, I'll do the replay for sprints tonight. I don't actually have to go anywhere today, so I'll just be on for as long as I'm on. I'll just I've got nothing else to do. I'm at home. So basically, my day consists of feeding a child. She watches TV and ignores me. And then comes and asks for food every half an hour. So she checks in every half an hour. And I know you can hear me. And gives me sass as well. Give me. So, yeah, I'll be around for a while. Yes, I was just about to mention this. I am actually getting this after I read this one. I'm also going to get this one. It is, it's called Julia. 1984 Julia, and it's supposed to be pretty good. A few of the people that I watched for the Women's Prize for Fiction have all said it was really good. So
the neighbor's cat's standing at my sliding glass door looking at me. Like, you don't want to come in here, dude. As soon as he comes in, he looks around, he sees my cats, and he's all, and then he runs out every time.
But he'll give it a go every time, right?
Every time.
Oh, really? Anne of Green Gables was banned in Poland when it was first published? Well, there you go. You're reading a banned book.
Knocking out those banned books left and right.
Yeah, fully. I listened to 1984 and Animal Farm a few years ago on audio and liked it. Yeah, I didn't mind Animal Farm, but I'm not too sure I enjoyed it as much as I thought I would enjoy it. Because I was trying to speed through it because it was, a readathon and all that sort of stuff, which doesn't help.
I think it was probably banned for like the same reason, right? Because it's I see you, Reebok. I see you, dude. I guess I'll go open the door. See what he does. It says Animal Farm banned. Accused by detractors as communist propaganda.
Yeah. Because essentially it was
a call to overthrow organized states.
Yeah. It was they were saying that it was directed at Russia because it definitely had like
I took it more as
it.
like a cautionary, not so much watch out for all these crazy people, but you know.
Don't forget to subscribe if you're watching and you haven't already done so. For a banned book, I'll be reading a Fahrenheit 451. Awesome. Such Sharp Teeth is on Libby as well. Too much individual, yeah, that word. And Anna Green Gables is why it was banned.
Verisimilitude. I don't know.
I feel like 1984 was banned in the US for being pro-communist and the Soviet Union for being anti-communist. But I'd be thinking of something else. No, I think you're probably right there. Oh, no, it's so yeah. All right, we have got to the end of the comments almost. I had to do 4 essays on Animal Farm in high school as a political ramifications of the pigs' leadership of the firm.
4 essays is a little excessive.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. That I'm like, Bag's not going to that school. It's just
one
way over the top.
Be enough on a book
we went way deep into this book. Yeah, it sounds like it. All right, let's go to a sprint, get our first hour read, and then we'll come back and chit chat a little bit more. Happy reading, everybody, and we'll see you soon. Hello, we are back. How did we all go? How'd you go, Coda?
I got to chapter 21.
I'm not too far behind you. I got to where Cedric has just got the golden egg.
He's just what?
He just got the golden egg.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, you're not that far behind me.
No, I'm pretty close to where you're at. Sorry, I'm just distracted because Mia's standing right there, which means that she's going to come in and start talking to me any second. Hang on a sec. When I go to a sprint, okay, I'll come out and make you something to eat. Okay. Every 30 minutes, I need food. I need food. Because she's starving. Because she's never fed. Okay, go and watch TV, please, okay? All right, I'll be with you in maybe 20 minutes, okay? She's just like so drama. That's just way too long. Yeah, so I'm almost up to you, which is great. I'm pretty happy with that and my progress on that. So,
Awesome.
Mia, can you go and shut the laundry door, please? It is? Okay. Must be starting to rain here because it's, yeah. All right. We had a storm come through at like 2:00 this morning, and we haven't had much sleep because someone got scared who's normally not scared of storms, which actually spun me out a little bit. But yeah. It was just too loud to break me out. Yeah, so we should be finished our chapters in the next sprint.
Yeah.
I'm not too like there's not really a lot you can talk about with this part because it's just sort of starting to gear up a little bit. That although the situation with Ron and Harry is like very tense, like not talking and all. They're having a little lover's spat.
I know, it's funny, and Hermione's all, guys.
Just talk and all the rest of it. And the fact that cheating is encouraged in the Triwizard Tournament. And it's like, and poor Cedric didn't even know anything about it. And it wasn't for Harry, like, he wouldn't have known. He would have went into it.
He's all weirded out, too.
Yeah.
Why are you telling me this, man?
So, obviously, it's not a known fact that that cheating is accepted and and whatnot. So, yeah. But I'm liking how we're getting a little bit of like the other people that he's going to school with, like the young girl that handed him back his wand and, you know, wasn't wearing the badge. So we're getting some loyalties are starting to like, you're starting to see who's loyal to who and all that sort of stuff. And I can see my granddaughter about to break her neck. Can you get down, please? I swear, she knows how to push my buttons. I'll just start climbing everything. Meanwhile, there's a fan really close to her head on the ceiling. I don't have a car to take her to the ER. Yeah, like you're starting to see that, and you know the tensions between Ron and Harry, and that's sort of been building through the last couple of books because, you know, he's sort of got his nose out of joint that Harry's got more money than him, and now it's starting to come out that all the little things that have been just briefly mentioned in like a sort of a blasé comment in the books are starting to, it's really coming to the surface and whatnot. So yeah,
he's got some inner turmoil there.
Yeah, anger issues towards Harry. Bit of jealousy. So yeah, what are you going to read after you finish Harry Potter?
So I already did my little life pages for today.
Yeah,
and we're not starting until Tuesday, Wednesday. So I'm probably going to work on that arc I'm editing.
Did you see that link I sent you through?
Yeah, I did. Yeah,
that was so funny. Like, I'm on Pinterest and I'm like, yeah, my phone doesn't listen to me at all.
right.
Where were we up to? We had a readers retreat. Is this Paul?
That's Paul. Yeah. Hey, Paul.
And us as well. Leandra popped in to say hi, and yes, we have aligned our chatty bits with Brittany and Leandra because they're doing Ice Planet Barbarian reading sprints today.
Oh, are they still going? Okay, cool.
Yes, they are. They're still talking because I've got the got it open.
So, I do too. Yeah. I get to chat too.
Yeah. So yeah, they're getting watch time at least, but yeah. Alison was asking where we were reading to. For those that don't know, we are reading to the top of 24 today, which I've answered that question as well. Hello to Leandra. Did I miss something? Why was everybody discussing banned books? We started discussing banned books because my Jenga bingo prompt from last Sunday, not Sunday, just gone the Sunday before, was to read a banned book. And there's also someone, isn't there a readathon or a reading challenge to read banned books or something?
I think it was like a bonus book for Battle of the Girl Bands or something.
No. There was no banned books on there that I'm aware of.
Well, then maybe it was a book club pick. I don't know. I shouldn't answer questions I don't know the answers to.
Well, we can always speculate because I don't know either. Yeah, I'm not too sure. I think there was something. There was a weekend where they were reading banned books, so that a lot of people were reading. Oh, I know what it was. Boot camp in January had a prompt to read a banned book. And that's why Nell was reading a banned book. I read Animal Farm in January. But I do believe there is a challenge going around at the moment, and I just cannot think who it is because I've seen it in someone's Discord and I can't remember who it was. But
MJ is doing 24 banned books in 24.
Yeah, that's the one I've seen. That's it. Yeah, that's the one I've seen.
So I'm in her book club, and I didn't get around to Rebecca last month, and I don't know what they've picked this month, but 84 is on the docket. So I think it was.
Oh, is it?
Either that one or one of them was on the docket.
Is that for just Discord or for her Patreon?
For her Patreon.
Yeah. What tier is that on?
I don't know what tier you have to be on for. I mean, I don't know if you can be on the lowest tier and be on the buddy reads or the highest. If you have to be on the highest tier. Yeah. I'm on the highest tier, but I don't know if you can get it on lower tier.
I want to support everybody, but financially, I don't think I can.
That's me too. I just have picked a couple now, and we'll see how things roll out.
Yeah, that's it. So until I start, sort of making some more money off YouTube and from work and all that sort of stuff, because everything's dropped off because I have a hobby business, that like my business is not a hobby, but I am catering to people that do a hobby. Things drop off pretty quick when there's a cost of living situation or there's, anything going on. So
anytime people are watching their spending.
Yeah.
I can do that.
So that's why we were discussing banned books, is because we had a couple of prompts and stuff there.
The same kind of happens at my job, Nicole. So I work in staffing. So when companies start doing layoffs and hire freezes, then we have less work too. Yeah.
So I either have to find some other way of making money, because even like I've even noticed with like affiliate links and that over on my craft channel, they've dropped off as well. That like they're not as high as they have been in the past. So yeah, it's just I have to wait till everything levels out and all that sort of stuff. But it's easy for me to just kick back into gear and all that sort of stuff.
They're literally frozen.
They must have been pushed up against the back of the fridge. The pickles are frozen. Just leave them on the bench, okay? Get the olives and take them from the back of the fridge as well and put them on the door somewhere, but be careful because they'll be slippery. Their fridge freezes everything, obviously. So, yeah. Just finished The Silent Patient. It was an excellent read. It grabbed me and took me on an awesome ride. It was a really good book. I actually gave that 5 stars.
Cool. I haven't read that one yet.
It's really good. It's really good. I want to read his latest one. I think is called Fury. I have one more book by Alex Michaelides, and which is The Maidens. He's becoming a must-buy author for sure. Yeah. I haven't read much of his backlist, but I definitely want to get the latest one that they've brought out. I'll be getting back to Nathaniel by John Saul tonight for the night. Awesome. Jess has also joined us as well. Spent the day outside because it was crazy warm here in Minnesota, 70 degrees Fahrenheit, which I worked out from I was watching over on on Leandra's channel, and that's around 21 degrees. So for me, which would be lovely right now with no humidity, that'd be awesome. Hello, Nicole. How are you? Thanks for joining. Sherry also joined us as well. About to wash my hair, and I'll be back for the chatty bit. Little Secrets by Jennifer Hillier. Awesome. Everybody's saying hello. Hello, Christina. How are you? You're listening to Harry Potter. Sprint hopping a bit on Leandra's and a cozy group. Listening to Harry Potter 4, chapter 21 with the boys, and still having supper. Sending so much love for the like button. Thank you. Thank you. 330 pages into the stand, so 27%. That's awesome. That's still that's a huge book.
Love the stand though.
Yeah. Hello, Sarah. Thank you for joining. It's been a busy day of Erin's birthday party model volcano building, and I'm happy to be starting Harry Potter pages. It sounds like a very busy day indeed. Yeah. I'm so glad you can relax now and read Harry Potter. Scratch that on June. My boyfriend said he couldn't commit to that right now. Instead, picked up This Is Us. This Is Us, sorry, for watching TV.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I watched Dune Part 1 earlier today, thinking I was maybe going to go see Part 2 today.
Yeah.
By the time I got done with Part 1, I was like, maybe next weekend I'll go see Part 2.
Too much Dune in one day?
No, it wasn't that. It was just like too much TV in one day.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah.
Used to watching TV. I usually read.
So is it in the theaters or is it just on the streaming services?
Dune, the first part's on Max, and then the second one just started playing in the theaters on first. Cool.
Nicole just started The Arabian Nights. Awesome. And ended up DNFing that book. Got about 30 pages in and just wasn't feeling it. Took a shower to prepare for a new job tomorrow. Well, congratulations on the new job. Yeah. And we'll be starting something else during the next sprint. Awesome. Congratulations on the new job too. Is there more recapping in Harry Potter books?
You know,
no, not really.
So far, actually.
Yeah.
There wasn't any recap. I didn't notice. I mean, I guess there was a little recap in each book. This one has had the most by far.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I wouldn't say it's definitely not more than Wheel of Time.
Yeah, definitely not. I don't know if Wheel of Time would be more. I guess maybe some books have more than others, but you almost need that in Wheel of Time by the time you get past book 8 because...
Yeah, you do.
It's been however... It doesn't matter how quickly you go through them, like how long it's been. It's been that many books ago. It's just like...
Yeah, it's insane. Like, you just like... Sit there trying to figure out when did this happen again? What was this part of?
There's enough recap in Harry Potter that you could go into a later book. I don't think it would. I mean, you wouldn't be getting the whole story, obviously, but I feel like
and it's not in depth
what was going on because they filled gaps.
It's not in depth though. Like Wheel of Time went into detail in their recaps, but this is not in depth. It'll just be, maybe 1 or 2 sentences reflecting back of something that happened. Like in the last couple of chapters, we had Mr. The one guy, whatever his name is, Oleander. He came in to inspect their wands, and we got a brief recap of when Harry met him 4 summers earlier. But it was a paragraph. That was it. Like, it just doesn't go into a depth or anything like that. But I mean, you could drop it. You could drop into this one, but you probably.
I just mean like it would be easier to drop into the middle of Harry Potter than into the middle of Wheel of Time. If you dropped into
definitely.
Because as much recap as there is in the Wheel of Time, it wouldn't be enough for you to know what's going on.
Yeah, there's no dropping in halfway. It start at the beginning or don't start at all.
Right. Like, who are these people and why do I care? I don't even know.
There's so many people to keep track of. I have no idea who's who in the zoo. So no. With Wheel of Time, you either start at the beginning or you just don't start at all. That's it. Plain and simple. The Jenga prompt was banned books last week. Yes. Yeah. Yes, that is correct. Paul loved Fury. Awesome. I might have to put that in my wish list. I'm reading The Silent Patient in the month of May for a workbook club. I read it back in 2019. I have no memory of it other than remembering I hated the ending. Really? I liked the ending. I thought the ending was good. But hey, each to their own. Got a load of laundry in and watching book club next chapter. Awesome. Good morning, Chrissy, and everybody else reading Harry Potter 4 up to chapter 15. Awesome. We're going to the top of 24 today, if you can make it to there, Chrissy. I swear there was a monthly challenge of reading banned books. I thought that there was too, but I could be thinking that it's MJ that I'm thinking of.
I think you're both right. I think that somebody's doing one a month.
Yeah. I don't know who it is. I know I've seen it somewhere. Like, I know I've seen it. But anyway.
I know there was a lot of people reading 1984, right? Like, wasn't Kelsey one of those people?
Yeah. I think that there is actually a group read for 1984. Because Kelsey was reading it. I think Rainey was supposed to be reading it, if I remember correctly.
I pulled it out, but we'll see. My list is so long. I think Leandra was on that train too, and she's moved it to this month, according to
See, I was supposed to read 1984 in January. I was going to read I was going to read Animal Farm, then I was going to read 1984 back to back. But I read Animal Farm, and I'm like, I can't read it in a readathon. That because it's.
I feel like the two of those back to back would have been too much Orwell all at once.
Yeah, and now that I've cracked the first few pages of it, I'm like, I'm so glad that I made that decision to split them, because this book would not be getting finished at all. So yeah. Will we be going to chapter 22 tonight? I think
20 through 23.
Yeah, to the top of 24. That's it. Yeah, through 23 to the top of 24. So yeah.
So just before Thursday for us, Christina. You have till Thursday to get to the top of 24.
Yeah. So
it's she has the schedule, so it's easier for her to catch up between Sunday and Thursday than it is between Thursday and Sunday because there's more days. So
Yeah.
if you feel like it, Christina, you guys could go a little past 24 to kind of even that out. But yeah, we'll be doing 20 on Thursday. We'll be doing 24 to 29.
Yeah. I was going to say it's 28 or 29. Yeah, 29. And then the next one after that will be finishing up the book. So yeah.
Already.
I know. And I didn't bring the second one with me.
I think we'll be able to mark the 5th one off for March too, right?
I think so, yeah. I didn't bring my copy with me.
Uh-oh.
My 5th one. I just looked over there and went, oh crap, I didn't bring it. But this will be finished on Sunday.
You have it on audio though, right? So could you grab it?
Yeah, I've got it. I've got it on audio.
I think it's on Hoopla. You could probably borrow on Kindle to read along.
Yeah, I think it's on Kindle Unlimited. So because my audio doesn't come in until the 17th.
Oh yeah.
Because I'm borrowing them from the library, so the 17th. But the book is actually on Kindle Unlimited, so I can start reading it on Kindle Unlimited, and then when the audio comes in, I can I'll have that in my library app, which I'll be back home by then, hopefully.
You have Hoopla?
No.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I don't even know how to get that. I think don't you have to be in the US to get that?
I have no idea. I don't know.
I got nothing. I have my books on my shelf. I have Everand. I have Audible, Kindle Unlimited, and my Borrow Box, which is my library.
And you have Libby now, right?
No, I don't have Libby yet.
But you're getting Libby through.
I have to go to Stitching to get that lady to set it up for me because they said, oh, you just do it online. I go online and it's asking for my address. And as soon as I put my address in, it's like, no, you can't do that. So it's like, so she's going to set it up for me and let me know, basically. So, yeah. Trying to stay close to your time frame. I have no idea. That's okay. I have Hoopla and I'm in Australia, so you should be able to get it. Oh, okay, cool. No worries.
Okay, so it's just an app, Nicole. Just download the Hoopla app, and then you just have to have a library card.
Okay, and it doesn't any library card. It doesn't matter what library.
I don't figure so.
Okay.
Ask Emily.
Emily, we're going to go to Sprint. Can you put an explanation into the comments, please? I'll try and get it.
The audio are on Hoopla for free, so that's why I brought that up.
Yeah, cool. Well, I'm getting most of them through my library. There was only the first one that I couldn't get. So yeah, and I do know that they're on Kindle Unlimited, so which is good. All right, let's go to the next sprint.
I'm ready for Green Rider already.
What was that? Sorry?
I said I'm ready for Green Rider already.
Yeah, fully.
Let's go.
Well, what's this? This is book 4, so we've only got 3 books after this one.
Which will probably only take us 3 months at the most.
Yeah. According to Wikipedia, oh, here we go. Look, Christina's like, spill the tea, Emily. According to Wikipedia, it is available in Australia, so it should probably work. Awesome. Okay. Well, we just need Emily to spill the tea. And then we can all have Hoopla.
I use the same library card as I use for the Libby app.
Okay, yeah.
It works on both of them, so I would assume that you could use.
Yeah, see, my library doesn't have that isn't part of the Libby app. It is.
Right, I get you. They're not.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right.
They're not part of it. So, because we're only a small community. So, I don't know whether Hoopla will work with my library card.
You might have to get like a library card in a bigger city.
See, a lot of the time you go, like, I can't apply for a library card in Brisbane because I live in Kingaroy.
Oh.
Because they're council run and that, so I can't have multiple library cards to multiple.
That's too bad.
Yeah, so from what I can tell, anyway. But I have got a state library here that I can sign up with online, which I already have done. So yeah.
But your library has BorrowBox.
Yes,
Like
it does.
Okay, so maybe they'll have Hoopla.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. we will find out in the next sprint.
Go there and suggest it. Hey, you guys should get Hoopla and Libby.
Well, they originally did have Libby, but they took themselves out of it.
Oh, I wonder if it costs or something.
It does. It costs money because that lady that I was talking to at Stitching, she said it's because the council's small and doesn't have the data, because there's only 12,000 people in our whole 12,500, 13,000 people in our whole shire, which includes a whole heap of different towns. So it's not, but we can get like library books brought up from Brisbane through the state library. So if I go into my library and say I want to get, X, Y, and Z, they don't have it. They'll get it brought up, but I might have to wait, a couple of months for it to come up or whatever.
Okay.
So yeah, there's that. Where were we up to? There was a whole heap of comments that just came in. My favorite Orwell is Down in the Streets of Paris and London, and I also enjoyed his letters. There you go. Emily says that, well, I got it quite a while ago, but I think I just downloaded the app and then put my library card details like BorrowBox and Libby, I think. Okay. I'll give that a go and see how we go.
Yeah.
Yeah, my daughter signed up for her card already and she won't share it. Because, bitch, comes to my, I love you, but bitch. And she goes, and you can only, and then she said, oh, well, all right, you can, but you can only do this or that and the other. And I'm like, you're putting restrictions on me? What is this? Like, don't worry about it. Hey?
Didn't she have her own?
Yeah, she's got her own card and all the rest of it, but I can't put down her address because I've got you've got to show ID, and I can't. It's got my address on it, so yeah.
Yeah.
A library card, yeah. Hello, finally settled in and actually finished 11% of my audio book, A Deadly Education by Naomi Novik. Awesome. Just realised I might want to elaborate the comment in case you don't get it for a bit.
Right, we got it.
Just got back, and Ali K joined us as well. Just got back from dinner. And on that note, we are going to go to a sprint. Oh, we don't need ID here. Yeah, no. When I went in to sign up for my library card, I had to have ID.
I had to have one for mine too. Well, I signed up online and I didn't need an ID for that, but then it was temporary, and in order to go in and get my physical card, I had to have an ID. It was free, but I had to be like, this is me.
Get me a library card and then get her Libby.
Bro! Chrissy is smart. Listen,
Sign up her dog. That's so funny.
Nicole, you know what you're doing tomorrow.
Yeah, I know. I'm signing everybody up.
Gotta take me down to get a library card. Dude, that's brilliant.
That is brilliant. Oh, dear me. I like this one, though. Signed up her dog.
I'm going to have to ask Vanessa about that. Is that for real?
Yeah, boy.
You guys need library cards?
All right, I'm going to go because all I can hear out in the lounge room is somebody feed me. Mind you, she's had a big bowl of porridge. She's had all this stuff, and it still feed me. Like, unbelievable. All right, we will see you in an hour. Happy reading, everybody. Well, hello. We are back. I finished today's pages in Harry Potter with 50 seconds to spare.
Nice. I think I finished with 2 minutes to spare.
Awesome. I caught up pretty quick. That was good.
Right.
I just had a chuckle to myself. Like, Ron is so dumb.
Right. I got up for a second, and so my seat got stolen.
Ah, that was nice. Well, I've fed the child, and now we're waiting. It's got very, very humid here, or like hot, and the wind's picked up, and the clouds have come over. So I'm guessing another storm's rolling in. So yeah, she's now laying on the couch upside down watching TV because apparently that's what you do. It's not that, yeah, like it does not look comfortable at all. But anyway, That's what she's doing.
Probably fine.
Yeah. The whole like the cringe moment of them asking girls and stuff to the ball was quite funny. And the like knowing what, like seeing the movie and knowing how this scene's playing out on the movie and seeing Ron's face was coming into my mind of like how shocked they were that, and even like in this, and then the argument that they were having at the end of chapter 23, and he's just so daft. Like, get with the program, dude. Like, funny.
So funny. Next time, ask me first.
Yeah. And then he's like, she doesn't get it. And Harry's like, yeah, Ron, it's you. Like, he thinks to himself, it's you, Ron, that doesn't get it.
Right.
I just thought that was hilarious. Oh, there's lots of little moments in here where you just sort of have a bit of a giggle at the stupidity and that. But I remember when I was at school and we had to do ballroom dancing as part of sport. Like, it was such a cringe moment. I'm sure the teachers got off on it. Like, they thought it was absolutely fabulous watching us all like die on the inside.
Goodness. I haven't thought about a school dance in a really long time.
We had to do it in high school, and then they stopped it. They didn't have it. I think it was in year 7. We had it, and then they took it out of the curriculum. So that was 1983, 84. They took it out of the curriculum.
Oh, wow.
82, 83, maybe. Prior to that, I was at a school that was turning 100 years old, and they had their centenary celebration. So we had to learn like the dancing of the day 100 years ago, which was, I was in, that was 81.
Well,
1980. Yeah, we had to learn like all the Australian dances, like ballroom dances and all that sort of stuff. It was just like, yeah. Right. You touch that person, that's great. But now that school that I went to, it now has a dirty big highway through it. It only had 2 classrooms. Like, it was a full-on country school. It only had 2 classrooms, but they knocked it down. That was down in New South Wales.
Wow.
Yeah. All right, let's see where we're up to. This is, yes, she really did. Vanessa did sign up her dog. And this is in response of me asking for food. Phoebe. So funny. I don't think this question was for us, because I was also watching Leandra's sprints, the comments there for a bit, and this question was also over there.
Maybe it got put in the wrong sprint. I do that.
Yeah, I've done that. I've done that too. I now double check so I don't confuse people, but I'm pretty sure that this was for them over there. So yeah. Raleigh joined us as well. Is reading Harry Potter and the Outsiders. Awesome. In between YouTube videos. Fair enough. Just doing all the things there, Raleigh. Anne says that I read The Outsiders last year. Loved it. Awesome. Good book. I used to love Matt Dillon and the S.E. Hinton movies. Is that?
Yeah, because Essie.
Yeah.
It's just Essie. She also did what are the other ones? That was Then, This Is Now. Rumblefish. It's all the same author as Outsiders.
Oh, okay.
And they made a bunch of them into movies.
Yeah. I still want to cry about Johnny. I can't remember if I've seen the movie.
It's a good movie. I just reread The Outsiders last year or the year before. It might have been the year before.
Who's the author of The Outsiders? Is that a Kiwi author?
It's S.E. Hinton.
Oh, is it S.E. Hinton? No, I'm thinking of something else then.
Let me see. I think it was last year. I'll show you the cover.
Really saying to Anne, so glad you loved it. There's definitely a lot of crying while reading. Yeah, some books can do that to you. Ralph Macchio, isn't it? How you pronounce it? I don't know. It was perfect for his character.
I don't know. I think it's Macchio.
I don't know. I love Honey Boy and Johnny grins. I've given up trying to say last names. I just don't do it now. Yes, they're my favourite too. There's a whole conversation going on about The Outsiders. I had a crush on Matt Dillon back then, though was so ticked off that he was the roughest one.
The roughest one's always the hottest one, though, so it worked out.
Well, that's it. Apparently, I have a lot of catching up to do.
Let's see. When did I read The Outsiders? Good Lord. Apparently longer ago than I thought.
Yeah. It's always the way, though. It just all starts to blend after a while.
I read it in 2021, I guess. And then rewatched the movie. I don't know what cover you would have. That doesn't work.
I have it as a must read.
It's a really good book, and it's short.
What am I thinking of? There's a Kiwi author that wrote a book. I thought that was called The Outsiders. Is that Once We Were Outsiders or something? Once We Were Warriors, I think it is.
Yeah,
once were warriors. I was thinking of, that's a Kiwi book. That's by Alan Duff. That's the one I was thinking of. I haven't read The Outsiders, but I have seen the movies. I remember the movies now. They were from the late 80s, was it, when that came out?
Yeah, it's a 80s movie.
Yeah. I got to chapter 19 and 70 pages left. Took a break from studying and read 30 pages. Awesome. Oh, I looked up Hoopla, and it says that you just need a library card. And my library's not attached to Hoopla. I don't know.
Library, get with the program.
I hate my library now. So I'm going to move to get all these things, and then I'll move back. So yeah, because I don't want to live in Brisbane. But anyway,
you just got to take Mia down to get a library card tomorrow.
Yeah.
So you can use her library card.
Sweet. hell. Kitty was just keeping it warm for you.
They'll be like,
Ron
they'll be like, why is this little girl checking out all these smart audiobooks?
So, do they have an age limit? Like, do they stop you if the child's like?
No, probably. I got it.
It's just Ron is a goof, but I love him. Yeah, I agree with this. It's just like I'm just like, oh my god, oh dear me, boys, got no idea. I ended up starting Home Before Dark by Riley Sager. It's based on a true story.
I didn't know.
Movie of Amityville Horror. Well, there you go. I did not know that.
Well, hopefully it's written better than the Amityville Horror. That book is horribly written. I mean, it's like suffer through that book. It's easy. It's an easy read, but it's horribly written. It's like I can't believe this is so. Wow, the movie's much better.
In what way do you mean it's horribly written?
It's just very juvenile, like low reading level. And there's a lot of like repetition, and it's silly in some parts. Like it's corn. It's just corn.
Made it through the first five nights out of 294 Arabian Nights. Awesome.
Nice.
Halfway through chapter 21, you're almost caught up as well. Jamie got to 26% in Deadly Education and spent a while planning my next few Realmathon submissions. Awesome. I'm not doing Realmathon. I was going to do it, and then I just went, you know what? No. Just being silly. I mean, I'm already at 54 books for the year.
Yeah.
You know, I can take a breath. But in saying that too, like if I go back and look at my reading history through Goodreads, and I've only been keeping records on there since 2021, I think, or 2022, end of 2021 maybe. The first part of the year is always a huge amount of is being read, because the later part of the year I'm a lot busier with my channels.
Yeah.
With Christmas, and there's a couple of events that happen, like there's Spooktober, there's Sparkle September, there's like all these things that are happening over on the craft channel, which takes me away from reading. So the first part of the year is always hectic because I've got the Women's Prize for Fiction, then I do Kindle Unlimited challenge, which is now going to be a public challenge. So yeah, and
lots of plans.
And then we've got Amazing Readathon in June this year. So yeah, I should hit my target by the middle of the year. If I keep going at this rate, because there's 16 books in the Women's Prize for Fiction long list, and then I try to read 20 books in the Kindle Unlimited, because it's everything on my Kindle Unlimited borrow list. So if there's 20 books there, then at the 1st of May, then it's 20 books that I have to read for the month. If it's only 10 books, then it's only 10 books. So
20 books is a lot. Well, 30. You know you can do it. So
yeah. And then last year I read 29 books during Amazing Readathon, 12 of which were short books. And I read 3. I'm almost finished my third on the weekend. I read 2, 3. I think I read. I'm almost finished my third arc for the weekend. So, and I just got approved for another 2, and I'm like, damn it. Why did I get approved?
I haven't checked recently. Hopefully I'm not approved for
anything. The only reason I know I got approved is because I was looking at my phone trying to sort out Hoopla, and I got 2 emails that came in. I went, You've been approved. Like, damn it. That's just I've just gone down under 50%. Like I was at 60 and then I got a heap of approvals in the last couple of weeks. But in saying that, I've got 3 reviews written out already that I've just got to type in and get them done. So I'll get back up pretty quickly. So yeah. Anyway. We're up to, what are we doing here? It's not letting me see the question. Really, I have never thought about that book. Okay, I'm not too sure what book. Well, we're still talking about Outsiders. Anne read 20 pages of 384. Awesome. Done with Harry Potter section and got 60 pages done in the Outsiders. Nice. That was pretty good. Storm Reads has also dropped in. Hey, Storm, how you going? Thanks for dropping in. Hopefully you're getting lots of reading done. Honestly, did absolutely nothing. I swear I just stared into space for an hour. That's fine.
I do that all the time. It's cool.
Yeah, don't stress it. Everybody's saying, I think we've all done it. I went to one school dance and I didn't go to prom. Well, I didn't go to year 12, so I didn't go to formal here. But we did school dances at the time. It's terrible. Just terrible. About 60% into The Woman by Kristen Hanna. I think I have shed more tears reading this than oh no, in the last 6 months. Oh no.
Oh wow.
I'll avoid that one like the plague then, because I don't need to. Nightbot's joined the party and says, don't forget to.
It's funny. She's like, I'm over here crying. He's all, remember to hydrate.
Slurp, Nightbot. Hello. Show some love to the like button. Look out. Nightbot's decided that he's just going to bombard the chat now. Melissa also joined during that sprint as well. Hello, thank you for joining. It made me, made me for a cute bad boy. He did. Kayla received flirtatious messages since appearing on streams.
I mean, no, I don't think so. On what?
On Instagram, probably. Anyway,
know of.
That's what the description says. The full description is on my Instagram. It says the same as YouTube minus the name at the end. Raleigh says she sent them to you, jokes. Hello to Storm. Nicole, just give your daughter's address as yours and then tell them that you just moved there. Good point. I can always just get my daughter to sign up and just say, just sign up. She's in WA at the moment, so she can't do it today. Once We Were Warriors was a strong book and material to get through. Yes, it was. It was a bit tough, that book, when I think about it. I think I read it in school. I remember reading it in school. And then I wanted to revisit it because I remember it made a huge impact. I think I was in year 8 or year 9 when I read it. So it would have been 84, 85 when I read it. Maybe 86. I can't remember exactly, but it was far too long ago. And I wanted to reread it just to see if it had as much impact as it did then, or whether it was the teacher that was teaching us that made it an impactful book, but the book still was just as impactful. Because we had I remember the teacher that we had, she was extremely passionate about books and stuff like that. And you know yourself, when you talk to someone that's really passionate about books, you can get caught up in the hype and the whirlwind of it and think that it's an amazing book when in actual fact it probably wasn't, but you've got caught up in their excitement for it, and that's sort of why I wanted to go back to it, because she was always used to be very excited. Lynn's also joined us as well during that sprint. Hello and welcome. What are you reading today? Gave Home Before Dark 5 stars for me. Awesome. saying hello. Long time no
It's got to be better
see.
than the Amityville.
I'll be suffering because I have to be shipped to my library. I'll be suffering because I have
Oh,
to have it.
Amityville?
Yeah.
You know, it's quick and it's an easy read. It's not good writing. Like, I'm pretty sure you'll notice. Like, you'll get a few paragraphs in and you'll be like, "Was this written by a illiterate middle schooler?" Like,
How old was the author when they wrote it, though? Was it a debut novel or?
I'm sure, and probably their only.
Chris agrees with you, Coda. Amityville Horror was a terrible book. I didn't like the movie either, and even James Brolin was shirtless for some of it. Yeah.
Well, you got to watch the remake where Ryan Reynolds is shirtless, chopping wood.
I could get down with that just for that section alone.
Yeah, it's nice.
Chris is the same as me. I need a break from renaissance. Plus, with the women's prize long list coming up, I don't need any more pressure. Yeah, I'm the same. I decided that, you know what? I don't need to be caught up in the FOMO of it all. I'm not missing out on anything. I'm still reading books. I just don't have any pressure. So, yeah. That's very understandable. I'm not changing my reading plans too much for Ramathon, so if what I choose to read only counts for a few points, I'm cool with that. Yeah. And sometimes you have to just get like that. Same here. Your women's prize for video was so much fun. Of the books you mentioned, which one do you want to read the most? Learned by Heart by Emma Donoghue would be my first preference. I really hope that gets on there because either way, I'm reading that one. And Pearl is another one that I'd want to read, which I think stands a good chance of getting on the list. Let me just say, Family Law by Elizabeth someone. I can't remember her last name. Pretty keen to read that. It's magical realism and it's got like folklore in it and stuff like that. I'm pretty keen to read that one. Pretty much everything that is on that list, I want to read all of them. So regardless of whether, and the only reason I haven't purchased them, because they're all new releases, and the only reason I haven't purchased them is because if they, I didn't want to read them before the long list come out. So basically what will happen is that list is in Amazon and Booktopia and Fish Pond. So I will swing between the three of those places and find whichever's the cheapest to get them from. And then get them through there. But regardless of where, like, Learn by Heart would probably be the first one that I will read. But yeah, there's a lot on there that are seem pretty good. We'll read a bit less when I get the first kittens for the year. So I do try to focus more books when before the kitten season starts. Yeah, that's fair enough because they take up a lot of time. One of the books I have on KU right now is 10 books. Just one is worth 10. Awesome. You got a lot of reading to do. You might want to start reading that before May rolls around or take it off. I think I was 10 years old when I read Amityville. So while I really liked it, I'm not sure it's still decades later. Yeah, probably not.
I think as a 10-year-old, I probably wouldn't have noticed because it's just a really low level of reading. That's probably.
When was it written?
It was written in 1977. And that means he was 56 when he wrote it.
And what was his target audience?
Adults.
Mm.
I just don't think he's a very good writer. I don't think it had anything to do with him targeting the wrong audience.
Okay.
I think he's just a mediocre writer, and the story is okay, but he's a mediocre writer.
Right. Yeah, fair enough. I mean, yeah, there's plenty of books out there that are still mediocre, even today. I remember in primary school we had to do bush dances. Yes, that's what we had to do with the bush dances. And they were so bad. I hated being made to dance with boys. I know. It was so terrible. Like Doozy Doo and all this sort of stuff. And they'd have someone like doing the like full-on calling of the dances. And it's just like, oh, Christ. It's just, yeah. They got rid of it out of the curriculum in, well, the schools that I went to anyway. Long time. My favorite character in the Outsiders books is Ponyboy. Reading it, I am shocked at what ages they are supposed to be. Ponyboy is only 14. Because that was written in the 80s, right? The Outsiders, yeah. Yeah, 14 years old back then was a lot older than 14 years old today. Kids of 14 today know more about the world, yes, but kids of 14 in the 80s were up to that. We were just no good nicks back then. We didn't have parentals looking after us. We were the first generation that came through as key latch kids and all that sort of stuff. So we were setting new boundaries and all that sort of stuff and whatnot. So, yeah. I guess it depends on your lifestyle too, whether you had a sheltered life or not. Because I know none of my friends, like at 14, we were doing stuff that my 14-year-olds wouldn't have even thought of doing.
Yeah.
Like, so yeah. Like I think about my girls and how I was when I was younger, and even my partner. And that, like, the first time they went out to a party, they were home at 10 o'clock. And we're like, what are you doing home? And they're like, well, we're finished partying. I'm like, this is not a party that you went to. This is just like I'm hanging out with my friends for a couple of hours. Parties, we're not supposed to see you till tomorrow. You know, like a party, you're supposed to be out doing the things.
You're doing it wrong.
Yeah, you're doing, and that's what we said. You're doing it all wrong. Like, and then when they went on this first party, I actually said to Brent, I said, I'm so disappointed. My girls haven't experienced the thrill of sneaking out of the house to go and meet up with their friends or anything like that. They haven't even thought about it. Like, we go to bed at 9 o'clock. They could sneak out and be out all night. We wouldn't even know. and they haven't even tried to do it. It's like, what is going on? What is wrong with the children of today? So yeah. Good to know. I gave all his books 5 stars. Awesome. Rally, I know I want to read. Start that again. That did not want to come out. I know I read it when I was a teenager. Ryan Shirtless, chopping wood. I'm down. Yeah, same.
I know, right? We should maybe all watch the Amityville Horror remake today.
Basically, there'll be no more sprints. We're just going to do a watch along now. Everybody's just left. The one with Ryan Reynolds is the one I've seen. I didn't see the original. Fair enough.
Yeah, they pretty much run the same storyline.
Yeah, it's the same storyline. Yeah,
newer ones got better special effects and Ryan Reynolds. So
yeah,
I mean, not that Josh Brolin wasn't okay back then. Anyways,
I need to reread The Outsiders since the last time I read it was over 40 years. Yeah, you could read it again. I read Pearl as it was on the Booker long list. I read Family Law by, that's it, Elizabeth I don't know how to say it, but anyway.
Yeah, I know that one. The link is in brown.
I can't say it. As a NetGalley arc, a lot of women's prize books appeared on NetGalley. Okay, cool, good to know. And I've really only got into NetGalley in the last probably 6 to 8 months, really.
What is Pearl? Who wrote Pearl?
Pearl is who's the author? I'm thinking Sian Hughes is the author.
Okay.
I just had to think, gee, you got me on the hop there, Coda. I'm just like, God damn, there were 16 books. What was their name?
I'll keep you on the toes.
While you're researching that, I'll keep going in the comments. My son loved the reindeer readathon so much that he signed up for Realmathon. Wow. And he didn't even tell me until after he did it with my email, by the way. So proud of that is awesome. Nothing like using you're finding out secondhand through your email. Oh, you joined up. That's funny. Birthday next month is a bookmark from it. Awesome.
Oh, Happy's birthday's next month. Right on.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
We were talking about Jay Anson, who wrote the Amityville Horror.
Yeah.
But I was just talking about the Amityville Horror specifically. I've never read anything else by him, and I don't think I will.
Okay. Yeah, but if you're going to have one like really bad experience with the author like that, you're definitely not going to go and actively seek them out.
Like, I don't get rid of books. You guys know I don't really get rid of books. I don't unhaul, but unless I'm never going to read them again, wouldn't recommend them. And it's in my unhaul pile, right on top of 13 Reasons Why.
I hope someone on YouTube uploaded the Ryan Reynolds shirtless scenes on YouTube. I'm not watching another Amityville horror. I did hear the sequel film.
Yeah.
Was crazier and even more demented.
I bet you they did. Just type in Ryan Reynolds Amityville wood chopping scene or something. Bet you
it'll be there somewhere. It'll be there somewhere. Eva, hello. How are you? You're not late. You're here now. That's all that matters. Outsiders was written in the 80s, about the 50s or 60s. Yeah. Yeah, but even still, like 14-year-olds were doing way more stuff than 14-year-olds, even in the 50s, the 60s, the 70s, and the 80s, and even the 90s. Yeah, and it was like, but kids that were born like after the year 2000, I don't know, something got left out of their DNA, and that to get up. I mean, obviously there are kids out there that still do that rubbish, but I don't know. Most of the kids that my girls know, they just don't do that stuff. So yeah. The Outsiders came out in 67 or 87. It came out in 1967.
The book?
That must have been the book. Yeah, the movie was in the 80s.
The movie was 83.
Yeah.
Yeah, the book is 67.
Mm-hmm.
Good job, Paul.
Hello, Gemstone. Thank you for joining. My audio book just got crazy with an hour and a half left. I have to finish it before bed. Awesome. Hopefully we can help you finish that. The movie came out in the early 80s. That's when I seen it. Yeah, I think I seen it around 84, 85. Because I read it in 1972. Okay, wow.
I didn't see it till the 90s. I think they showed it to us in school after we read
the book. I'm pretty sure that my eldest daughter had that. I had to sign a form for her to be able to watch it at school.
We had to have sign too.
Yeah, because of the content that was in it.
We also watched Schindler's List in school.
Yeah. It's starting to rain. Even in the 90s, sorry, just took that away. Even in the 90s and noughties, 14 was way different than it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I was doing all sorts of stuff when I was 14. Like, I mean, I left home 18 months later. Like, so that gives you some indication. I was out of there as quick as possible. 1967. Outsiders book was published in 67. It's over 50 years old. The movie came out in the late 70s, early 80s. It was 83, wasn't it?
Yeah, 83.
Yeah, Instagram buddy watch. I agree, Nicole. I did so much living by the time I was 18. I'm still exhausted.
Dude, I feel you too, because that's what I did. I did it all through my 20s, and then I had like 35, and shit started falling apart. And I was like, now I'm almost 30, and I'm like, I don't want to do nothing.
Well, I partied hard right up until I was 30, and I swear you turn 30, and the day after, 2 days later, you can't drink like you could 2 days ago.
Yeah, everything starts falling apart.
I did, yeah, lots of partying in that time. I also had kids as well, so I didn't party every weekend. It was all babysitted, approved, and all that sort of stuff. But we used to also have a lot of friends come around and stuff like that, so we didn't necessarily have to go out and whatnot. Mm-hmm. My kids are in their early 20s, and they're not as mature as teenagers when I was in school. Yeah, I went out a couple of years ago. And I come down here to Brisbane and met up with a whole group of women that I do crafting and retreats with and all that sort of stuff. And we were watching all these young people, like we're at the bar drinking away and whatnot. We're all sitting there holding our liquor, and we were watching all the young kids. They just like got to 10 o'clock and they were like, they couldn't hold their liquor. They were all heading home. And it was just all the oldies still there at 11 o'clock. But the bar closed at 2 o'clock. And it was just everybody was over the age of 30. Like all the people under the age of 30 all gone home. Like fully maggot, just couldn't hold their liquor, just trashed out. It was so funny. It was a good night though. We were having a lot of fun watching them all trip upstairs and all sorts of stuff. I went through plenty at that age, but I felt even more the characters see how young they were supposed to be in the movie, even though they were older. Yeah. Latchkey kids. I always amazed that kids of today don't get left like that. Yeah, well, in a lot of countries, it's against the law. In Australia, you are not allowed to leave a child under the age of 12 unsupervised. If you get caught doing that, your kids get taken off. You get taken to court. You get charged with child endangerment, all this sort of stuff now. They have to, and the only reason they have it at 12 is because the daycare centres and after-school care isn't in high school. Like you can't have high school kids going where there are young primary school kids. So up to the age of 12, they can go to daycare centres or outside school care places and whatnot. After 12, then they can be latchkey kids. Whereas when we were younger, you were 8. Like I used to walk at 10. I used to walk home from school with my sister who was 5. Yeah, and it was a good couple of kilometres. Like I wouldn't let my kids do that now. On that. Has anyone read Cross and the Switchblade? No.
But I'll look it up.
It's illegal in a lot of places just to leave your kids at home now. Yeah. Like you can't even leave your kid for 5 minutes if the shop's like at the corner of your street and you walk out of the house and leave your kid under the age of 12 to go to the shop and your neighbour decides to stop you in, you're in all sorts of trouble. Even if you can see your house. Yeah.
Also a movie.
It's a movie?
It's a book and a movie.
Okay.
Yeah. Old book. Movie came out in 1970. It says it's biographical.
Mm. Today's kids are tough and deal with a lot too. Yeah, today's kids see a lot more of the world than what we did when we were younger. And they see a lot of the atrocities that happen in the world more than what we did when we were younger. I mean, I feel like my kids probably know more about the world around them than what I did at their age. That because of all the instant everything. Like this one. Ryan chopping wood timer ambiance.
Oh, we should make a Ryan chopping wood timer. Nobody'd get anything read. It'd be like,
no, everybody would be just staring off into space, looking at the screen. Oh, that makes sense, Nick, although there really needs to be more programs for kids then, yeah. Well, the school that Mia goes to, they have a before and after school care at the school itself. So the kids go from their classroom to the after school care and they just do activities, and they have different activities that they do through the school. And that opens at 6 in the morning and closes at 6 at night. So, hello. Ambiance. There are, you just usually have to sign up for them, and they are usually only in the daytime. Nighttime workers is where it's hard to find programs. Yeah, we have because I used to do night shift as well when my son was younger, and through family daycare, they had overnight carers as well through their program. So you could have someone either come to your place or you could take your kid to their place. Either way. I had both. I had two ladies that used to help me out with that, and they would have my son overnight at their place. One of them would have him at their place overnight, and the other one had flatmates. So she used to come to my place, which I preferred her over because he was in his own bed and in his own home and all that sort of stuff. And they are all fully vetted. They have to go through police checks. They've got to have blue cards to work with children, all that sort of stuff. I thought it was older, Jane and Paul. There you go. I am old. Not lying. I think we read The Outsiders in middle school. Interesting.
I did also, yeah.
As a kid, I was best friends with my neighbour girl. At age 6, 7, and 8, her mum would lock her out for the entire workday with no food or money. She always came over because my parents always fed her. Charming. That was a charming parent.
Yeah.
Bag's not being her kid. That's just me. That's just mean. On that note, are you ready for another sprint?
I am. I'm going to attempt to read some of this arc.
The arc?
Yeah, I need to get it done. So
how much have you got to go?
I think I'm at 68-ish%. So not a lot, but it's longer than it needs to be too.
Yeah. It's longer than it needs to be.
I think I have 5 fucking chapters left or something like that.
I think I've got 4 or 5 chapters left on an audiobook. Actually, probably more than that. Probably about 8 chapters left on an audiobook. It's a middle grade one, which is the NetGalley arc. So I'm thinking I'm going to finish that.
Awesome.
And then and then I'll move on to the Jenga Bingo prompt. All right. So an hour. Is that okay with you?
Yeah, sounds good.
Okay, cool. We'll see you all in an hour. Happy reading, everyone.
Happy reading.
I'm here.
I was like, maybe I need to check the boxer.
And oh crap, I've got to go. So yeah, I got a bit sidetracked. My partner just sent me a message saying that he is on his way with my car, so I will have a replacement car either in an hour or 3 hours, because he hasn't told me where he's coming from, whether he's coming from Kinga or whether he's here in Brisbane already, because he was coming down. So
I had to go get a glass of wine because that book.
Yeah, I was just listening. That's why I got distracted with your message. I was listening to it. Oh my god.
Is that bad? Just like, this is such...
It's just like, what? Like, okay, for those that are in the comments, Coda is reading a arc that he just read a passage to me on Voxer. This book has caused you to go and research. You know, you can DNF a book. You can DNF a book, because I have read reviews where they've still done the review. They've DNF'd it. They've got to 51%. They've DNF'd it, have said why the book wasn't for them and all the rest of it. So if this book is driving you mad, you can DNF it.
But like, I need to rate it and tell this guy about all his grammatical errors.
Yeah, I mean, they just got swept away by a tsunami. Spoilers. They just got swept away by a tsunami, and he's nodding in Oregon, and he's nodding. He's been asked a question, and he's nodding in.
Imagine we're floating down the river together, and you all are for me, and I'm like, I'm
right sorry, here. That is not going to happen. Let me just like, how do you do this?
Like when he's like, dude, shit, he's all, there's things were hitting me, and they might have been trees.
Like, I'm sorry, but if a tsunami hits, like, is this supposed to be like bullshit fantasy or something? Like,
no, it's supposed to be serious. It's supposed to be about trauma.
It's supposed to be about trauma. Okay, so all right, let me just share this tab with you. Okay, this is what a tsunami looks like. Okay, this is like, how is this person nodding?
Have you ever seen The Impossible?
No.
With it's got Ewan McGregor, and the kid that plays Spider-Man is in it. And
no, I haven't seen it.
The girl is, what's her pretty face? It's really good. It's about a tsunami that hits like a beach resort.
Yeah.
And I think it might be based on a true story.
Naomi, is it based on the? Is it based? Oh, is that the one based on the Thailand tsunami?
Maybe. Yes. They're vacationing in Thailand, and the tsunami hits.
Yeah. That's from the Boxing Day tsunami.
That movie is so good, and the reason I bring it up is because the tsunami scene is in it. And that's all I keep thinking about while I'm reading this scene. Is like, no.
Oh, and then they went from nodding while they're in a tsunami to surfing while they're in a tsunami on a log. Not even a flatboard, a log, a tree.
I mean, they weren't technically surfing, but I'm just saying, like,
well, they could have been.
Get slammed into a tree, and he's like, grab it.
It's a bit far-fetched, yeah.
He has time to look around and describe the water as being brown. I'm just like,
oh.
But this author, he needs my help. So I'm gonna finish the
Yep.
book, and then I was like thinking like a chapter, and you know what? I've got like fucking 8 chapters left.
I only had 2 I thought I had more chapters. I only had 2. So
I have more than I thought I had.
2 and an epilogue. So yeah.
You lucky. This
Yeah,
guy.
mine was about a kid that is destined to be a reluctant hero. And it's got magic. It's called Misfits Magic. And so he's a misfit and he's bullied and all that sort of stuff. And he's and then he finds out that he's actually a wizard and he has to save his small town that he doesn't like. And yeah, it was okay. Yeah, it was okay. I'm glad I finished it off today. And I started reading it yesterday and I finished it off today. And while I was in middle grade books, like it's no Harry Potter, but it was a fun read and all that sort of stuff. And I reckon, a lot of people would get a kick out of it and whatnot. So yeah.
Oh, not my book. My book was like, I was like, this is like 3 stars. It's okay if you disregard all the errors in it. That's if you disregard all the errors. And then the tsunami hit, and I was like, oh, 2 stars.
Oh no! At least mine was a 3.75.
If a tornado hits after this, 1 star.
And anything after that, I'm out.
We've already had an earthquake and now a tsunami in Oregon. I'm not. For the record, I don't know if anybody in the audience lives in Oregon or near Oregon, but I did research because it was bothering me so much. They've only had 21 tsunamis since the 1800s. They have like 300 and some odd earthquakes a year, but they've only had like 15 major ones, and the most major one was like a 6.5 something on is it the Richter scale?
Yeah, Richter scale, yep.
And it takes a 8.0 or higher to make a tsunami. All the tsunamis.
And it also has to be a shallow earthquake as well.
And it's usually far away too. So like all of the tsunamis that have hit Oregon in the past have been from earthquakes in Alaska or earthquakes in Japan. Like you're not just...
Yeah.
And this guy, like, I didn't even read you all of the shit. Like there's buildings floating. He describes buildings floating by. And like, then when it's over, he describes like he's like there's dead animals and bodies. But he just keeps walking. He even at one point is like, I hope that smell that I'm smelling isn't my friend's body.
Oh no, dude.
This kid's dialogue is the worst.
And I am reading because I'm trying to get rid of some of my I have had 3. Misfits Magic is one that was really old from 2022 on my NetGalley or early 2023. And then I've got Clouds Without Water and Listen Mama. 3 arcs that I've had on my thing for ages. They're all audiobooks, thankfully, so I should be able to burn through them. So I'm going from middle grade magic to religious hysteria.
Yes. They go hand in hand, right? Because the hysteric religious people are always after the magic people.
Yeah. So yeah, this one falls under historical fiction religion. But when I read the thing, it said it was based on like let me just bring it up. It's based on actual historical events of the Millerite movement and the Great Disappointment. Clouds Without Water offers a harrowing account of society beset by mass hysteria and the lone voices that cry out to stop it. So that's why I don't normally read something that is like so heavily religious, but I'm like, yeah, this sounds like a fun time. Because this is based on actual facts. Let's see how crazy they really got. So I thought, why not? But then I completely forgot about it, and so I'm going to get that off the cards. So yeah.
I was going to send you a book the other day on Amazon, but it won't let me send it if it's not on your wish list.
Oh, won't it?
No, I don't know if there were, and also I don't know, it's very confusing. Like maybe offline, I'll have to share a screen with you and show you like how confusing it is.
Yeah, because I was just looking at yours, and there's a lot there that, because I was going to send you Bandit Queens, sorry, but it's obviously not available with the one that you saved to your list. It's not available anymore. And then I tried to send it from another, and it's like doing something, and I'm like, that is for another day when I'm not on Springs.
That's exactly what I did. I was like, I'm gonna figure this out later.
Yeah. So what I've done in the past is I had issues with when I did a giveaway for the Dictionary of Lost Words. That was my favorite book of 2022 or 2021, and at the end of the year I did the giveaway for it. And a lady in the UK won it. So I just asked for her address. She gave me an address, and I just sent it to her that way. And that was a lot easier.
I might just send you my address, and you can send me your address. That might be easier.
Yeah, like I got yours to come up, but then it was like doing something hinky with the payment. Like it wouldn't let my payment go through. And I'm like, that's really
it kept telling me like international shipping is allowed.
Yeah.
And I was like, well, I wish I could just order it off of my Amazon then, because like the other book I was thinking about sending you is like $30 more on Australian Amazon than it is on the US Amazon. I was like, why? But it's all international shipping available, and I was like, why?
Yeah, it's really tricky to do that. Like, I have to be really careful. Like, if I go in and look at something, say you share something with yours, and it comes up in the American site, as soon as I go to buy it, it'll triple in price. So yeah, it's pretty wild, eh? It's just
weird. It was gonna let me pay extra on the Australian site. It just wasn't gonna let me ship it to your address. It's like you can't ship stuff to your wish list address. Not this.
Oh.
It's like, okay.
That's weird.
Fuck you, Amazon.
Oh dear me. See, because I've sent stuff to. Have I sent anything to a US site? No, because I tried to buy something for Neva as well. And also Brittany, and I just went, you know what? It's just easier. I'll just put it for Brittany's birthday. I just put $20 in her coffee account. I'm like it's too hard, and I'm not tech savvy enough to work this out. So yeah, I don't know. The only other way that I know that I can buy things off Amazon is through Hop Shop and Go, I think it was called. That was the only way, because I used to get not so much Amazon, but I used to get fabric that has geo blocking on it. So Disney fabric can't get sent directly to Australia unless you go through an Australian supplier that has the licensing to do that. So I circumnavigated that by getting a Hop Shop and Go, which gave me a US address, which then I can buy all the Disney fabric I want at a reasonable price. So that's what, because it's like 3 times the price. So say you went into a shop and it was like $6, I would be paying $25 a meter here. Wholesale would be around $15 a meter. Roughly.
Yeah, I was shocked because like my book, my self-published book is 30 something dollars on Amazon Australia.
Yeah, that's why I don't own it.
And I think it's $9.99 here.
Yeah, it's wild, eh? Because you've also got to remember that.
Give me your address and I'll send you a signed copy. It's fine.
Cool. I can do that. It'll be heaps cheaper. Because I think now there's GST included in that, so there's 10% of the prices in that. Then you've got import taxes on top of that, and then you've got conversion rate on top of that as well. So it's just, and then sometimes they won't do prime shipping they'll only do like actual shipping, which sometimes can be up to $17, $25. I've seen it for $30. So a lot of time I don't get a lot of stuff, needless to say. So yeah.
Wow.
But like I can then search the book up on on Amazon here. There was like the Reese Witherspoon February book of the month. I won't be getting that because it's $54 for a paperback. And I'm like, and it doesn't matter. I went to Booktopia, I went to Fishpond.
What's it called?
What is that called? Redwood something or other. I can't remember now. Redwood Court. It's called
Court. Okay.
Yeah. And I was like, I'm not paying $50 for it. I don't think it was that cheap in the US either. Because whatever it is in the US, you can.
Yeah, it's the same for paperback as it is for a hardback. The cover is beautiful.
It's gorgeous, yeah.
And
it seemed like a really
because of the cover.
Well, it actually sounded like a really interesting book as well. So. So yeah, there's that. And yeah, so I won't be getting that unless it comes down in price. But then I went and checked on Booktopia, which is a place here, and fishpond.com.au, and it was the same price on both of those as well.
Is it like that in your like local bookstore? Like, do you have a local bookstore there?
Yeah, I went and checked Dymocks, and they were the same price as well.
$50 for hard copy?
For paperback or hardback or paperback.
Right, because they're the same price. That's right. Yeah, it's 20 here, so.
So you can just double that and then add 10% for GST.
That's still too much for a paperback, y'all.
It is. It's wild. So I'll just have to wait and hopefully that it gets the sales and all the rest of it, and then it might end up as a $12 paperback in a couple of years.
I mean, that publisher was like, well, Reese endorsed it and the cover's pretty, so mark it up.
Pretty much. That's what I felt. I'm like, what? Because Reese has whacked a sticker that you can't remove on the front. We're paying what, $40 odd for that? Okay. Is there gold in that stamp? Like,
surprisingly, it doesn't totally ruin the cover.
No, because there's a lot of yellow.
It is there, but it at least matches. It says it's only $14.99 on Kindle here.
So
yeah,
I'll probably end up getting.
Maybe it's only $40 on Kindle there. Jesus.
I actually think it was $19 if I remember. I looked it up. I'm pretty sure it was 19.
Is it on? It's not on your book box or what's it called?
No, it's not. Borrow box. No, it's not. Red. Wood.
Well, send me your address. I'll see if there's free international shipping.
It's $19.99 on Kindle.
Yeah, so everything is like about 30 to 40% more there.
It's like.
Well, what's the conversion? What's the difference in our dollars? Is the dollars the same?
No, the dollars aren't the same. I think we're 67 cents to the American dollar. Let me just have a look. Australian dollar, US dollar, 65 cents to the Australian dollar. So 65 Australian cents. Yeah.
Well, this is saying that $1 in the United States is $1.53 in Australian.
Yeah. So I will say, for us, we only get 65 cents for your dollar. So that works out about right. That's 65 US cents. Is it? No.
You're right. 100 Australian dollars is about 65 US dollars.
Yeah.
So your dollar is worth more. But so that's why everything costs more, probably.
Yeah. So your money is higher than ours.
Let me type this in. So
But
$20 in US is $30.66 in Australian. So they're ripping you off $20 on that book. Because it should only be $30.66 there.
But then it's free shipping. On mine, it's free shipping. So then it's the $17, like $16 free shipping to get free shipping. Like you're paying through the nose. But then, I can go and get a book that came out last week and it's only $12. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, that is strange.
For a paperback. It's just so weird. So weird.
One of these days, I'll fly you to Colorado so that you can buy some cheap books and experience some snow. I'll take you out. I'll take you to some cool festivals you can only go to in Colorado.
Meanwhile, I'm freezing to death.
It's okay. I'm warm-blooded, or I'm cold-blooded too, so we'll bundle up together. Hey, if I had you come in May, there's a chance you could see snow and 80 to 90 degree weather in the same week.
I've actually got a friend that lives in Colorado, and she often takes pictures as she's driving down the highway in summer, and all you can see are the snow-capped mountains in the distance. And like she's in short sleeves, but there's all the snow, and I'm like, that does not compute at all. What do you consider as hot? Like, yeah, but then she's like, it's hot, and I'm like,
the elevation makes a big difference. And then you'd be surprised too, because in the summer, when you're up high, once the snow actually melts, it gets hot enough for the snow to melt up high.
Yeah,
you'll get burnt as hell up there in a high elevation.
Yeah.
You also get really drunk. Like if you drink in a high elevation, it makes you drunker quicker.
Oh, really? Well, there you go. I did not know that.
Yeah.
Cheap date, go up. Go. Anybody wants cheap date, go up. Get high up there.
You get high to get higher.
Yeah, that's it. Is that what my problem is at Shannon? What was Shannon talking about? I can't remember now.
I'm scrolling.
Yeah, I was scrolling too, and I lost my place.
Movie. Shannon.
Don't know. Neva says, "Listen, this is why I don't."
Being exhausted in her 40s.
Oh yeah.
So that was it.
Yeah. And then it's like, listen, this is why I don't party in my 30s. Like, I know for a fact that this concert in October will be so much so fun, but also wipe me out for 2 weeks. Maybe not that long. Take some vitamin B the next day.
The last concert we went to, we didn't drink. So because I went with Patrick and we weren't drinking at the time. And it was my first time to Red Rocks, which if you guys are in the US, it's like a big venue. It's really popular here. It's in Denver. Anyways, yeah, it was weird. It's like the first time I'd ever gone to an event and not had a drink or anything. It's fun. I had a great time, but it was weird.
Yeah. Cross and the Switchblade came out in June in 1970.
Yeah.
There you go. Show some likes. Show some love to the like button. At Neva. I will be getting ready for bed, but hope you have a great spring session. Thanks for popping in. That was ages ago now.
Yeah, it was.
I somewhat miss being a wild child. Now I get coffee at the shop and I need a nap.
Same. I need a nap. I went to sleep at 7 or 8 p.m. last night and slept until I want to say 6. And I still took a nap at 11.
The price of getting old, right? Yes, I read the Cross a Switchblade. It's a true story. My dad gave me that book. He used to love it. I did not like the movie. Paul's never seen the movie.
Old 70s book, Nicole. We might have to read this book.
I think so. Oh, that. So, So Raleigh didn't like the movie, but and Paul's never seen the movie but loved the book. I don't watch TV or movies, just read books. Yeah, I do watch a little bit of TV, but not as much as I used to when the kids were little.
When I was a kid, I was movies and books, but you have a lot of time when you're a kid. You have like a lot of time. And then as a teenager, I was movies. And then as like a young adult, movies. And then I had a book break. And now I'm mostly books, but I still enjoy movies.
Yeah. I don't mind watching them every now and again, but I just don't actively go to the movies or anything like that. I just wait till it comes out on streaming services. Plus, it's super expensive, like, to go, and it's just like, no. Couldn't be bothered. I think it's a generational difference. Interesting. My grandparents told me about their Cold War drills in school, and I've been traumatized by shooting drills, yeah. Very true. Very true. Longer it needs to be sounds like something said on Neva's Dark Streams, After Dark Streams. Not saying anything. Oh, yeah. Hello, Queen Victoria. Thank you for joining. What did you miss? A lot. You'll have to rewatch. You'll have to go back.
6 chapters of Harry Potter and
some very tragic Oregon
tsunami
earthquake bullshit. Yeah. So yeah, got to 50. I've got 52 more pages, around 6 more chapters to go. Awesome. Got half of a lecture done during that sprint. Can't wait to be done so I can do some reading. Awesome. Thanks for joining us too, Brooklyn. I appreciate you being here. Melissa read 107 pages. Awesome.
Wow.
Jamie, that is huge. Did you mute us? That was like, shh, stop talking. I'm just going to mute you now. I got to 44% in my book. We finally finished chapter 22 and put the chili to bed. Decided what I'm going to do now.
Wow,
what have you got to pick? Yeah.
Do you want to sign up for NetGalley and read I'm the Same with me for 12 years?
I feel like this book is a book that you need to read with a friend so you can bitch about it.
I think what I need to do is, I already know the tagline. Like, you know how like you can do a tagline above your review?
Yeah.
My tagline is going to be literally drove me to drink.
I can see you getting some hate mail from this author.
I'm just gonna tell him, I'm gonna be like, look, dude, I want you to know from the get-go, the first 22 errors that I saw, I kept telling myself, I'm not gonna be mean to this dude, and I'm still not gonna be mean to you, but I am gonna be honest because I would be doing you a disservice if I wasn't. I don't know who left that 5-star review on Goodreads, but you tell your friend, fuck you for not reading my book because he didn't read your book, bro.
Yeah. Sounded like it.
Your friend did not read your book. He got on Goodreads and was like 5 stars there. I did you a solid, dude. He did not read this fucking book.
I took a nap. I hate being so much time to read, then you don't have the energy to do it. Yeah, I hate that too. It's not being good. I hope you feel better sooner rather than later.
Try taking like a really hot bath. Now, if you have a fever, they say that's not good. I do it with a fever anyways because I'm a rock star. But when you're sick, as long as you don't have a fever, because I don't want to get in trouble for telling somebody to murder themselves, then you can get in a really hot bath, and sometimes sweating it out for a while will really rapidly, or it just increases it helps it happen faster, the getting it out of your system. I don't know how I was trying to say that. My office opened my brain for a minute. I was in a tsunami.
Surfing on a log while nodding. Took Kitty outside for the evening walk while listening to One Summer in Savannah. Really good. 50 minutes left at 1.75 speed, so I should be finished it soon. And Monica has finished work for today. Woohoo! It's reading time. Got 67% into A Touch of Darkness, and I'm not having a good time. Oh, no. I'm going to switch to rereading The Manga Fire. What is it? Frieren before I go insane.
I'm gonna say that was right.
Yeah. Yeah. I have no idea, but I'm going to go with that. Charles' Uncle Daddy just finished The Great Hunt and moving to bookshops and Bone Dust, or Ice Planet Barbarian 4, or both.
I just love this profile name. Just saying.
Charles' Uncle Daddy.
It has all the After Dark.
It does. It does. It has all the After Dark connotations.
No, wait, call me Charles. No, wait, call me Uncle. No, wait.
No, wait, call me Daddy.
I can't decide. Just call me Charles, Uncle Daddy. I love it.
And if you don't know what we're talking about, on Neva's channel, Reading Whenever, there is an After Dark sprint over there every early hours of Saturday morning. Yeah. So, yeah. The Oregon coast seems pretty safe. Most tsunamis that reach that section of the coast are all probably just a couple of feet tall. Yeah.
Jamie Whitten did research too, see? It's not just me that is.
Well, if nothing else, this author has caused everybody to learn something about the state of Oregon.
We all learned more than he did before he wrote this book.
Jean has gone off to bed. I have a good sleep, Jean. Appreciate you being here, and thank you. Thomas is also here. I once read a book that had a hurricane taking place in Michigan. The characters wandered around here and there doing nothing to prepare for such a disaster.
Well, they probably wouldn't know how to prepare for a disaster like that in Michigan, right? Because it doesn't happen.
It doesn't happen.
Now I want to know if it's ever happened.
And the Social Butterfly. Hello, book people. I'm finishing up Demon Copperhead, but I'm sorry. That is such a long book. How are you enjoying it? You're probably really enjoying it. I did. It wasn't. It was okay, but it wasn't my favorite book of last year. That by Kingsolver. Only 100 pages left. You will get that done. That I hope you're enjoying it though. There is a thing I had to click in order to let people send things that are not on my wish list. Yeah, we've done all that because we did that on the weekend.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I don't know why.
Something to do with the Australian American Amazon account.
See, it won't even let. Like, I can buy stuff off American Amazon, but it automatically, the price will jump up. And then I'll have to pay for shipping. I can't get Prime shipping for it.
So that's ridiculous.
Yeah. I think I've only got one thing that I got free shipping on, and that was only because the vendor was doing free shipping.
I'd rather just put your address in on my side, or like in the case of like my books, I'll just ship them from the house. It's
just weird. My Worst Bad Science 1-star book is still Flood by Stephen Baxter, in which all the massive reservoirs of water we somehow never knew were under the Earth's crust pop up and drown literary everything. So is that like that's like
silly too? But Jamie, this isn't a science book. Like, this is a book about this guy who moves from Mississippi to Oregon because he won an award as a writer, and he meets this other guy, and they're having like a friendship. It's just a friendship. And he's having trauma because his girlfriend died, and he's in it's a lot. And then there's a tsunami, bro.
Yeah, top it off.
It's like the author was like, how can I make this more chapters?
Maybe he's aiming to go on Kindle Unlimited or something. Who knows? I'm going to need publishers to stop adding books to my shelf. I got up to 90% and now I have 2 books I didn't ask for. If I don't review them, my percentage will be harmed. It's so annoying.
I've heard this. They'll just send them to you when you don't request them after you earn a repertoire with them. Is that what's up?
I think that's what's happening because Chris reads a lot of stuff off NetGalley, so it might end up in Kmart or Big W for cheaper. Yeah, well, that's what I'm hoping. I'm just going to keep hoping that book ends up on it. So yeah, BorrowBox is like a Libby app, except it's called BorrowBox. It's not as big as Libby, so it's more localized. And while we occasionally get some new releases, we get them in ebooks, but we don't necessarily get them in audiobooks because the audiobook licensing is more expensive and whatnot. So, yeah. Posted a message about the different Amazons. It seems to have gone missing. Oh, okay. On here. Maybe send it in. Maybe send it in Instagram. What are you drinking?
Malbec. Usually always Malbec. In fact, I need more Malbec now because I'm going to have to read that book again. It looks like we have BorrowBox here in the U.S. too.
Okay, yep. It's just it's usually connected to your local library.
So it'd be just like Libby.
Yeah, so you just sign up with your local library card. So yeah.
So it'd be the same stuff accessible or.
Yeah, although I don't think the wait lists are as long on my BorrowBox as somebody like other that I've said with Libby and stuff like that, where they've said they haven't been able to get it. I've been able to get it straight away.
Well, just like in your area though, because it depends on your area.
Yeah, I don't have Libby attached to my library, so they're not attached to it at all.
Right.
I have to go through another Shire's. So I think I've got to go through Moreton Bay.
Yeah,
and Brisbane has it.
In your library though, so like for example, Libby doesn't have such sharp teeth. My Libby doesn't. But Jean's did, which means Jean's library has it. My library doesn't.
Yeah.
So I wonder if it would be the same. Like if I put in my library card in BorrowBox, it's probably going to be the same availability as when
maybe. Jamie's saying we may get 80 and snow this week in early March. Wow, there you go. I don't understand.
Well, I know where that's where my dad is from.
That's in Colorado, right?
Yeah, it's that way.
I don't understand why if we pay Amazon Prime in Canada, it's not transferred to the American and other countries. Yeah, I don't know either. It's rude. Is what it is. But I can wait for like that sort of thing. I can wait. Like if I've got to wait to get that book, I'll wait because I'm not paying $54 for it. Like, no. What's the name of the book you're reading?
Again? Oh, you guys, it's not a tsunami book. It just has a tsunami in it. I don't want you to get the wrong idea. It's called I'm the Same. Here, I'll show you the cover. This fucking book, dude. And it comes out on April.
Oh, yeah.
Comes out on April 20 something. It comes out on April 9th. Just kidding. And he's going to need this whole month to revise it after I post my review. Because it has that many errors in it. That's not just my personal complaints and my editing advice as far as repetition and this thought doesn't make sense and this is inconsistent with your character. That's not including all that. There's actually so many like wrong word, punctuation.
It's like it sounds like he hasn't even had it edited by anybody.
No, it's self-published.
Yeah. Still, run it through
But
Grammarly.
I
Like,
self-publish and I edit
mm,
the shit out of my shit. I mean, there's
yeah.
probably 1 or 2 errors if I were to go back on my most recent publication, but I'm meticulous about it. And if
Mm,
I wasn't, I would have somebody else do it for me.
yeah. That's it.
Maybe that's what he's trying to do with NetGalley, but ain't nobody paying me for editing your book, bro. I'm just
Maybe
gonna
you need
make
to
a
reach out
YouTube
to him
video
and say,
about
hey,
it.
you pay me and I will do your editing for you.
I'm just gonna make a
That
YouTube video about it, Nicole, and go through all the errors, and then I'm at the end I'm be like, and publishers, if you're watching, I want a job.
On that note, are you up for another sprint?
I am.
Okay, cool. Well, we might go to another sprint because we've been chatting for a bit, and I'm being paged again. That's why we've got to go to a sprint. Excuse me, Mima. Like, I'm just, yeah. I'm at her beck and call for the next couple of weeks. So yeah. All right. We will see everybody in 60 minutes.
60
Happy
minutes.
reading, everyone. Bye. Lucky you were talking then, because I heard the alarm go off.
I was like, oh.
Oh shit, we're supposed to be on. Hello everybody, we are back. As you can see, this was the last sprint that we have, mainly because my husband is only about 40 minutes out, so maybe even less than that now. So gonna wrap things up and get through the comments and all that sort of stuff before he gets here and I get my car. And I'm so excited because this is a car that I got back in 2010, 11 maybe, I can't remember. And my husband took me, we went out to look at cars and all that sort of stuff, and he said, he goes, this car's for you. He thought that I wouldn't want it and that he'd be able to get to drive it, and so I held him to that. And then I've been getting messages, he goes, it's killing me watching that this car's on the back of the truck and I'm not even driving it. But he's bringing, I think he's bringing another car down to the auctions as well. So yeah, it's just like, oh well.
Awesome.
Yeah, it's a nice little car, like, yeah. And it got some hail damage, so it's a usable write-off now because it got hail damage, but it's been fixed since then. And when we got it back from the paint, so it had a whole repaint and all that sort of stuff. It's been sitting in the shed for about 6.5 years, 7 years. So he pulled it out on the weekend and he goes, I'm going to fix it for you. Because he was going to fix it closer to my birthday so I could take it down because I'm going to a retreat so I could go interstate with it and whatnot. But he goes, I'm just going to fix it now. So it needs a couple other things done to it, but it still goes. It starts, it drives. He's done the aircon. It's been roadworthy. It's registered. So I don't have to worry about driving around with the trade plate on or anything like that. So, yeah. I'm not happy with the wheels that he put on it because he took the wheels that were on it off because the tyres had been sitting for 7 years, so he didn't want me driving on them. And then he's put these white wheels on, and I'm like, what is that? He sent me the picture. I'm like, what is that on my car? And he goes, what do you mean, what's that on my car? I'm like, what are those things on my car? And he goes, the wheels. I'm like, yeah. He goes, they're Simmons. I'm like, I don't care. They're ugly. Get them off. And he goes, well, that's what you've got right now, and you'll just have to deal with it. He goes, I don't have X amount of dollars to buy you a new set of wheels. I'm like, fine. They can stay temporarily. Because I'm only the second owner of this car. It's a 1999 WRX. So, yeah, and it goes like stink. So, yeah. And all my friends call me Reved because, yes, that's what I am. So, yeah. Anyway, I'll be through the traffic. I won't have to worry about it. I can zip around it. I'll have the power to overtake. Like, I'm a menace to society in it. Selena says that I might read in the bath for the next sprint. Well, I hope you had a lovely bath. Actually, I call him all of those things, Coda. Yeah, we realised after we went to the sprint that this was your husband, Christina. And Christina can confirm that no hurricanes happen in Michigan. Yes, the lakes are big, but they're not that big. So there you go. I'm your Uncle Daddy. It got messed up real quick once we found this out. When it's a stranger, we can hang it all we want, but yeah, when it's someone that we sort of know, it's like maybe we shouldn't have gone that far. Anyway, when you're trying to call one of your children and you call all the names before you get the right one, yeah. My nonna used to do that. She'd start calling out the names of all the grandchildren and the cousins and all the rest of it, and then she'd get really frustrated. She'd just look directly at you. She goes, you know who you are. Get over here. Because she could never remember names. Off the bookshelf. If you do have a fever, you can take white washcloths and soak them in cool, not cold water and apple cider vinegar and wrap them around your feet. It draws the fever through your feet. I have heard that about onions before too.
Yeah, I've heard that too. Put onions in your socks.
My niece, I just the thought of that makes me feel sick. My niece calls him Uncle Charles, and our son calls him Daddy, and I call him all of the above, depending on who's in the room. And it comes out Charles, Uncle Daddy. So the same author had a pair of socks for helplessly. That was the first page, and I knew I was in for an aggravating experience. Which book was this?
Yeah, Thomas.
What book was this, Thomas? This sounds like a very strange book. I've lost my spot. Where is it? Oh, gosh. There it is. My 2 huge boxes of books arrived in Australia from London today, and I had to pay a quarantine fee of $175 on top of $300 already paid to get them here. Why did they have to be quarantined? That's not as if
they breathe. They don't breathe.
That's like, they don't carry disease. They're books. I'm like, they just love stealing our money. Yes, that is so true. What is the book Nicole's looking for?
Read this for.
Oh, did you answer it already?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I won't worry about it.
On the sprint.
I wasn't in front of the computer for most of it. My book, I'm up to chapter 10, and this preacher is a crazy dude. He's just basically got up. He's come back to town. He's got up in front of so basically he left 20 odd years ago. He's been back once in that 20 years, and that was 10 years ago. And his father was the pastor, because you know how it's usually an inherited role. So his father was the pastor, and then he left to go off and learn how to be whatever. And so someone else took it over. He's been there for the last 10 years doing everything that he's supposed to do for the community. Then William's come back and started preaching that the sky's falling and Armageddon's coming, and it's coming in 1844 on the 22nd of October. And he has just dropped this onto his community. So now they're all bickering whether they're going to believe him or whether they're not. So we're finding out who's going to believe and all the rest of it. And then this old lady, this 70-year-old, comes in and she starts telling a story of a guy, of a prophet that said that the Armageddon was coming and all this sort of stuff, and it turned out it was a chicken that was laying eggs that had an that the world was ending and all this sort of stuff, and it was the owner that was inscribing on the egg and then putting it back in the chicken for the chicken to lay it. And she goes, there are plenty of charlatans around. It's actually quite funny. I'm actually really amused at the banter in this between the community. So it's going to be interesting.
A nonfiction, or it's based on
something? It's a fiction. It's historical fiction based on actual hysteria. So yeah. I think I might have closed it down. Hang on a sec. The hysteria that it's based on is the Millerite movement and the Great Disappointment.
What's it called?
Millerite. So Millerite movement and the Great Disappointment.
What's the book called?
The book is called Clouds Without Water by Gary Harper.
Okay. Found that.
So yeah.
Looks like there's a sequel.
Oh, is there?
Or maybe he actually does like speeches and seminars. He's on YouTube.
Who, the author?
Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, wait, maybe not the author, maybe the person that this is based on.
I don't know, but it's based in 1844.
Oh, then he's probably not on YouTube.
No, he's probably not on YouTube. He's probably long dead. He's like dust.
Yeah.
So yeah, I remember hearing something about The Great Disappointment. Could I tell you what it's actually about? Probably not. But yeah,
I'll have to look into it. It sounds funny. I like funny books.
I'm laughing at just the craziness of it, because I mean really, like back then, if that's the case, that they were causing religious hysteria and all the rest of it, it would have scared the crapper out of people. Like, you only have to look at the Salem witch trials and all that sort of stuff, and how religious hysteria can create so many problems and whatnot. And like, just this old lady comes in, like, I'm 70 and I'm just going to get on with my life. And another guy goes, I've got a crop to thing yet. And then someone throws out some more religious, rhetoric. and it's just like, oh my God, this is just going to go around in circles. I'm here for it. It's going to be a fun time. It's probably not fun to anybody else, but because I'm so anti-religion, I find it hilarious. So yeah, there's that. So yeah.
Organized. It's so organized.
I'm enjoying Demon Copperhead. It's one of my top 5 of the year. However, not overall that it was not my favorite.
I haven't read Kingsolver yet. I have.
It was okay. It was like, the story itself wasn't bad. It was quite long for what it was. I don't think it needed to be, like, it could have had 200 pages. I'm not the only person that has said this. It could have had at least 200 pages taken out of it. We didn't really need to know it, because it was sort of, it wasn't so much it was repetitive, but you already knew where he was in life and all that sort of stuff. So we didn't really need a lot of the other stuff. But yeah, at the end of the day, it won. That was the one that won, wasn't it? Yes, it was.
What year was that? And it's
last year,
right?
Yeah, Kingsolver. Barbara Kingsolver. She won it last year, and she's the first author to win the Women's Prize for Fiction twice.
What's the first? Was it the Poisonwood Bible?
I think that was the first one that won it, yeah.
I have that one, but I haven't read it. And then I have something about the bean trees or something like that.
I've got Poisonwood Bible, and everybody said that Poisonwood Bible is a lot better than
I've heard really nothing but good things about it. So
Oh, well, if you want to buddy read it, I have it.
It's because we both have all the books.
We have all the books, yeah. I don't think there's a book that we don't have.
If there is, it's like on our list to buy, or look at the thrift shop, or talk to the book dealer. I mean, the book
pusher. I'm drinking whiskey and Coke. Sounds good. Hopefully you're getting nice and relaxed and chillaxed there. Look what you started, Coda. I would be super embarrassed if I self-published a book that had that many errors. You should only give him a 2-chapter sample of your corrections, Coda, and offer him a deal to be his editor. That's some sage advice right there. You'll get a job out of it. And it's the start, then you can start your CV then. Your author, Coda's author friend book is coming out. Same publishing house. This is his second book. Wow. So I reviewed his first book and said it was a powerful book. He uses words to describe things I can't.
He uses words to describe things. That's pretty much, that says it all.
Because he's not my friend. It's on NetGully.
He uses words to describe
things. Yeah.
Going down the river.
Yes, that was the book I was talking about. Went and watched The Outsiders with my friend who wanted to see it on Skype. And now back to my book. Awesome. Neva is back. Just finished my book in the last minute of the sprint. Awesome. I heard the alarm through the group chat and died with laughter. I know. Both of us are just scrambled. I couldn't get my headphones in quick enough. Yeah, you come here for us to be professional, right? No, maybe a little bit.
Joke's on you.
Fully. We fooled you. Didn't read Harry Potter. I'm going to listen to the chapters when I get home and diamond paint. Awesome.
Steve is diamond painting again. I need to pull mine out too, but I need to finish cleaning the house, except for I keep having all these I don't want to moments.
Yeah. I was going to say, I think you might, that ship has sailed. Maybe you just should pull the diamond painting out.
I thought you were going to be like, that ship has sailed. Just burn the house down.
No.
Just move to a new house.
Start fresh. Just move to a new house. Yeah. But what you should do is just pull your diamond painting out, do half an hour of diamond painting, and then set an alarm for 5 minutes and go and clean something for 5 minutes.
Hey, I wish I was that disciplined. The alarm would go off and I'd be like, oh.
I do it a lot. I actually do that a lot. Like I'll set an alarm and do a 15-minute clean, and I'll just go through the house, and in that 15-minute clean, it'll be just like take everything off the surfaces. And I have a laundry basket. I chuck it all in the laundry basket, and then as I'm going, like that laundry basket might sit on the corner of the lounge for the next 3 or 4 hours, or maybe 2 days. But I got all the stuff off the surfaces, and then I'll go and put them. Then I'll go and put them away. Like the next time I might set the alarm 15 minutes and go and put all the stuff away. Then I'll go and put it all away.
I'm glad you said that, because that reminds me, I did wash a load of laundry. Put it in the dryer so it doesn't get moldy.
Yeah, fully. I did that this morning. Thanks for this, friends. Have a beautiful rest of your day. Thank you very much for being here. It's been fun. Finished the second book in Harry Potter series and read about 52 pages of Prisoner of Azkaban. Awesome. Made good progress today.
Almost caught up with us now.
Yeah, you're not far. Like once you finish it, because it's there's only 400 pages in Prisoner of Azkaban. I can't remember now.
It was quick. It wasn't that much bigger than the second one, and
no. Did you get rejected for Redwood Court on NetGalley? No, it was just it was Reese Witherspoon's club pick for February, and it's too freaking expensive. I'm not paying $50 for a book, not for a paperback. Got to 61%. Should be finished Deadly Education by midnight at this rate. Awesome. Took care of the cats, washed the dishes, and read 2 chapters. Awesome. Nice and productive. Don't have a bath. I didn't have a bath. Couldn't be bothered getting up. That's fair enough. You're not well, so it's okay. I was laughing. Thanks for this, friends, guys. I was busy most of the day, but I'm up to chapter 18. We'll get to chapter 24 tomorrow. Awesome. We've got until Friday morning, Chrissy, so it's all good. You've got plenty of time to get there. I just like to get my pages done on the day of the sprints, because then I don't have to think about it again until my next time I sprint.
Me too. I'm like, I can read all this other shit.
Yeah. I've got a good 4 days between that.
It's nice because I couldn't do that with Wheel of Time. Like we would be reading way more of Wheel of Time, and I would have to use the days in between. But now with Harry Potter, I'm like, 2 sprints, and we're moving on.
It's awesome. The Adventist, the fundamentalist church I was raised in, began because of the Great Disappointment.
Oh wow!
There you go. I knew it was something
So yeah, see,
I've heard of it, but as I said to you, I've heard of it, but I could never tell you what the what was behind it or anything like that. Finished my book and then took a shower. I like to sit for a bit before rating, but I'm debating giving it 5 stars. But 5 stars is a book that stays with me for weeks, months, and even years later. Yeah, that's a hard one, isn't it, really? I really like Poisonwood Bible, one of the few books I've ever made me cry. I read a few others of hers, and I like them, just not as much.
Have you read the Bean one?
No.
Do you have the Bean one?
No.
Let me look it up because
I don't know.
I
I don't
you
have
know
it.
the one that it's like the bean trees or
I think the only other book of hers I've got on my shelf is the Poisonwood Bible. Mia,
it's the bean trees.
bean trees. Okay.
Oh, well, we're gonna have to read the Poisonwood Bible at some point. It's kind of biggish, I think. Let me go grab it while you're talking to Mia.
Mia's in the kitchen doing something. I can hear all this clanking around, and I'm like, "What are you doing?" Oh, that she's like looking for food again. I swear she's got hollow legs. Like the girl can eat like nothing else. Yeah, I'm planning on setting a 30-minute timer and then a 15-minute of packing and then going backwards and forwards. Yeah, it's a really good way to get stuff done. And I think it works better for me than what sprints do to clean the house because I get distracted by the comments. If I'm in the comments, I'll be chatting with people and then I don't get anything done. And when I'm hosting sprints, I'm generally reading. Like today, I've made like Sundays and Mondays, I'm making for like NetGalley stuff this week because I didn't get to do that last week. So that's what I've done all weekend. I've read, this is my 4th NetGalley arc that I've read since Thursday night. So Friday night, sorry. So yeah, Thursday or Friday, something like that.
It's not as big as I thought.
Oh, okay. Which one is it? The one that, what was the name of it? Sorry.
Poisonwood Bible?
Yeah, it's not that big. Yeah.
Yeah. Nothing's that big after Wheel of Time and Little Lies.
No. Yeah. I mean, so yeah, it does work. Hello, that is a great idea. Redwood Court is available on NetGalley. Don't know if it's available for Australian readers. What? I will be getting on there and looking that up.
It's on NetGalley?
Really? Let me just look at this.
Can you just search by title? Yeah.
Yeah. You go to the homepage. No items to show.
It's here for me.
That's just rude. Maybe it's not being published anywhere else. Maybe it's just American. That's just rude.
It says it's not currently available. When you click on it, it says it's not currently available. You can wish for it.
Well, I don't even get it. It's not even it's not even on here. So, yeah.
Hey, and the cover on NetGalley does not have Reese Witherspoon's unpeelable sticker on it.
I have actually got quite a number, without even realizing I've got quite a number of the books that Reese has had on her book club. So like Lucky that I got in the by Marissa someone or other. I got that at Christmas time. That's a Reese's book club pick. And then there's a couple of other ones as well that are on my shelf. So I'm like, oh, well, there you go.
Was Little Fires Anywhere one of her picks back when it came out?
Yes, that was one of her picks as well. If you go to her website, she's actually got 3 things available for free right now. You just sign up with your email and basically you can get the entire list. One of them is to color in the like it looks like a bookshelf and it has all the books on it. And you just color in the ones that you've read. The other one is a yearly one where you can put like a picture in to put into your reading journal. You can put a picture in and star rate it, the cover. And then the other one is a full list of everything that you can print off. And then you've got the list. So, yeah.
Okay. I've read Wild. but that came out a long time ago.
Mm-hmm.
The Cheryl Strand or Strayed.
Jamie has read The Bean Trees, and it was good.
Okay, cool.
I usually just use the sprint that starts. I get my second coffee to get as much done as possible until the coffee is gone. Fair enough. That works too. I always end up hating all her book club picks. Really? I've actually enjoyed a few of them. I haven't read all of them.
And I liked Little Fires Anywhere or Everywhere. I liked it.
Chris is on the UK NetGalley and it's available for request. It might be just the UK version that's on NetGalley. Okay, cool. And Selena almost always avoids them now. Yellowface was her pick. That was pretty good. Tom Lake was okay. It wasn't anything to write home about, but it was still okay. It was a great story. Mother and Daughter Murder Night was quite funny. Just the scenario. What else have I read recently from her? So there's a couple that I'm still waiting on. But they all seem okay. Like Where the Crawdads Sing is one of them. That was pretty good as well.
I have that book. I haven't read it yet.
That was really good. Like you should pick that up and read it next. Just read that one. For no other reason, just to
throw
read
it in the middle of that huge stack I showed you earlier.
Just pick it up and start reading it. You won't be. It's not a very long book. You'll read it in no time at all. You'll probably read it in a weekend. Next time it's snowing, curl up in bed, do no housework, and just read that book.
Do no housework. Easy. I can do that every day.
Maybe I've just read all the bad ones. Maybe hated that book. See, I didn't hate that book. Selena, like, what are you doing to me here? Everything I'm saying, you're going to hate that book. There's a movie or a show for that too. Yeah, there is.
There is.
You can watch it after you read it.
I know. You know how I do that. That's probably why I have the book, is because I knew.
Yeah. And Jamie needs to read it as well.
Oh, well, there we go. Let's throw it in April. I mean,
yeah. It was another one. I was sad. I hated it, but wanted to like it. I like the movie though. See, now that's odd. Why? How? Yeah, like it's the same story, but that's. I guess it probably. Actually, thinking about it, it'd probably come off better as a visual than it did as a book. That just the whole thing behind it would be more. I guess it would probably be a little bit more impactful as a movie than what it was as a book, because I could see why people would just go, I don't really care.
Well, they change so much nowadays too, so maybe it was the changes that or they like.
I mean, I really liked it. Like, see, that's the thing. I just seen Selena said there. I think it was the writing. I don't get hung up on writing. When I go into it, like it would have to be pretty juvenile for me not to like it, like Amityville Horror, right? It'd have to be juvenile like that for me not to pick up on the writing. For the most part, I try to, I just go into a book and I just start reading. I don't go there to analyze the writing or anything like that. So I don't get hung up on it. And I just enjoy the story for what it is. And the reason that I do that is because I can't write for shit. So I don't think I've got any right to judge anybody else's way of writing. So that's what I've always done. And yeah.
I think about writing style when I'm reading, but I don't always it's not something that I'm looking for either. Like I notice if it's what I call bad writing or mediocre writing. And I notice if it's great writing or profound writing or poetic writing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But if it's in the middle ground, I'm okay on just judging it by the story.
Yeah.
Whereas it don't matter how good your story is if your writing is shit. I can't move past that. But your story could be total crap and your writing could be engaging and beautiful and poetic, and I might still love your book.
Yeah. And I mean, it is very subjective for everybody. Like, everybody goes into a book differently. And I think sometimes we do get hung up on the perfectionism that we're looking for in writing and stuff like that. And that's why a long time ago, I just decided that I'm not doing that. I don't want to do that. I want to just enjoy the stories, fall into the stories, appreciate them for what they are. I mean, there have been books where I've just gone, no, and put them aside, and they've left the premises. They've gone. They're books that I'll just walk in and just sit in Savannah's room and I'd say, do whatever you want with them. It's just not something that I can read. But for the most part, I just sort of don't get hung up on it. Where was I up to? We can do a buddy read, Curta. I'll reread it.
The Crawdads?
Yeah.
And Jamie needs to read it. So
yeah. I only read it like a couple of months ago, so I don't think I'm ready to reread it.
But it's short. We can sneak one in without you. It'll be okay.
Yeah. I'm good. I would read
April.
Yeah.
Rebecca. I was going to say, and we can double up and do Rebecca in April too. That's fine.
I will reread Rebecca with you for sure. That is a brilliant book. Loved it.
So for April, so far, all I have is Rebecca and Crawdads and whatever Harry Potter we're on.
Mm-hmm.
And I think I have another buddy read with Rainey, the Whisper Man.
I think so. I can't remember what it was. I remember you talking about it, but
so far we're good. We can still stack a few more up in April.
I have it on audio, so maybe that's why I hear it differently than the way it's read. Maybe, yeah, that could be a thing too. Like, it could change the way it goes. Because I immersive read that. I actually had it on audio as well as, and I sat down and read that book with my eyeballs while it was going on in my ear. And I thoroughly enjoyed the book. I didn't give it like 5 stars or anything. I think I gave it 4 stars, but and I haven't watched the movie yet either.
It definitely makes a difference. Like I read Dune the first time with my eyeballs, and I listened to it this time, and I immersively read with it, and it wasn't the same as reading it without the audio with my eyeballs. Even though I was still reading it with my eyeballs, it was just, for one thing, that book was overproduced. Like, it got distracting when they'd start cutting out the he said, she said, he sniffed, he coughed.
Yeah, because then you start skipping. So that's the same as me. I started out immersively reading Dune, but then had to stop because I had the audio. And to be honest, I think I would have rather taken my time with it.
That's what I'm going to recommend to everybody who hasn't read it from now on. I'm just going to say, you know what? Like, don't read this book unless you want to sit down. And I don't think it necessarily matters. If you want to do the audio, go ahead and do the audio. But I would recommend
take your time
reading it with your eyeballs and actually nerding out on it. And by nerding out, I mean like flipping back to the glossary and the appendices or the appendices and just kind of getting into that stuff, because it explains shit that it's okay. It's not like Wheel of Time where if you go to the glossary, you're going to get spoiled on something.
Yeah, see, and I didn't want to go to the glossary because of that, and I think that's probably taken a bit away from it. I still gave the book 4 stars. Like, it was still a good book. I just don't think I enjoyed it as much as if I had have taken my time and read it a little bit slower.
Because that's how it was for me the first time. I took my time, I nerded out, and I was like, it was like just how, like, when I read the first Wheel of Time and I nerded out. And then I watched the first part of the movie, the Dune movie today, and I was like, this explains so much. So, like, if you haven't seen it, and I watched the 84 version too, just for you.
I haven't watched either one yet.
Fucking bad, dude. It was bad.
I know it's bad. Just by the thumbnail, it's bad. I don't need to watch it to know it's bad.
It was probably great when it came out, but it is so bad now. I mean, watch it. for sure.
Yeah,
So
I'm
we
gonna.
can talk about it, but but both versions of the movie actually do explain a lot of shit. Like as soon as the movie starts, they give you like definitions and appendices information. They're like,
Yeah.
this is what the planet is, here's what the spice is, this is what the Fremen are, this is who this is, blah blah blah. And you're like, oh, I know. Wow.
Well,
Okay,
see,
cool.
you haven't actually seen the video yet because I'm still putting it together. I'm still editing it together. But in my wrap up of it, I found it very interesting because as I was reading it, I'm like, this feels very reminiscent of Islam and or Hindi religion, right? And I'm thinking I was getting that vibe from it. And then after I finished the book, I went and researched, and he actually did use the Sunni sect of Islam as for the Fremen and Zen Buddhism, and combined the two to create the religion that was in it. So I found all that really interesting, and like the fact that, you know, how they conserved water from their bodies and all that sort of stuff. But I think, like, the more I think about it, like, obviously it was a good book because I'm still thinking about it and stuff like that. But I just think once I stepped away from the actual physical book and just went with the audio, I was enjoying it more. I could not immersively read it with the way the audiobook was. I would have liked it if it just had been narrated and not a full cast.
Right.
On that. But on its own as a full cast, it was great. Like if I didn't have the book and I was just listening to that, it was a great book. It was a great listen. But yeah, and I gave it 4 stars because there were elements of the book that I really enjoyed. But knowing that it's like, I was a bit fearful of looking at the glossary and all that sort of stuff because I didn't want stuff to be spoiled like it does in Wheel of Time. Just don't even look at that until like yeah.
It's been a while, but I don't remember it spoiling anything. I just remember it explained some things, and there's like there's 5 appendices. There's one that explains the religion. There's one that explains the spice. There's one, you know, and then the glossary just tells you can like look up people's names just like you can in the Wheel of Time, but it tells you who they are, but it doesn't tell you whether they die later.
It's like, gee, I didn't need to know that. Could have left that bit out of there.
You haven't even met yet.
Yeah. It's like, but yeah, no, I think if anybody is going to do Dune, either pick one or the other. Don't try and do it together. That, because from what I can tell, there is only the full cast audiobook available anywhere in the globe.
Yeah, and they I think I think that I might have seen another one, but I haven't seen it for sale anywhere. I think it might be like you might have to go order it on CD.
Yeah, please. Yeah, but any of the streaming audiobook streaming services, it seems to just be the full cast.
And they don't include the appendices. Like I listened through the end to see if maybe they'd go on and read the appendices.
Yeah, no, they don't. There's nothing there.
Which is kind of a bummer because the appendices, there's 5 of them, but they're short. Each one is short and they're interesting. It's not like bad writing or boring textbook shit. Like it's still, you're still like, oh. I don't know. I'm a nerd.
That's fine. That's fine. You can be a nerd. That's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. I still gave it 4 stars. So it's still like a great story and all the rest of it. But I would just recommend either read it with your eyeballs or listen to the audio. If you do listen to the audio, maybe try and get hold of a copy of the book so you can at least look at the glossary and the appendices and all that sort of stuff. Because, as Coda said, there's heaps of information in there that they do not cover on the audiobook.
I feel like it's kind of the information they give you as a voiceover at the beginning of the movies, where they just kind of there's a voiceover that comes on and is like explain.
Yeah. Because there's lots of people that don't read the books; they just go and see the movies. They would need to know that information as well. So, and it also means that they don't have to put it into the movie as well. So, because what is it? It's a 2.5-hour movie, isn't it?
The first one, yeah, is the first part of it is 2.5 hours. They did a really good job. It goes up to the part where he has to battle that Fremen when they first meet the Fremen. And then
that's about halfway through, isn't it?
Just about, yeah.
Yeah.
And then the one in theaters should pick up there and go to the end. But they're apparently going to, you know how like the end is kind of feels like super condensed. It just happens really fast in like the last 200 pages. They must be giving it plenty of grace on the screen because the new one's like 2 hours and 45 minutes.
Yeah, because that I did say that I felt like there was just big time leaps in the last part of it. It was just like this is happening and finished it, and then boom, we're jumping and she's giving birth and there's all the things
like
and
part 2 to part 3. There's like what is it like?
A
4-year.
Yeah, 4 or 5 years or something. Big jump. Like it's like hang on.
And he's just like, and it's been 4 years, and he's lived here for 4 years, and moving on.
Okay, well, how did we get here, and what happened? And
you know what? That was a boring 4 years, and we didn't need to know about it.
Yeah, evidently.
All he did was made a baby, and apparently Herbert didn't write those kinds of scenes. So,
yeah, I mean, it didn't take 4 years to make the baby. We could have skipped 1 year. That was fine. All right. We could have skipped the 9 months, the precursor, the aftermath, and, just skip 1 year. But freaking 4 or 5 years, it's like, what the hell?
It's a pretty big jump.
It was a big jump. And I was a little bit confused there for a little while. I'm pretty sure there was a cassette tape audio book of Dune.
There absolutely was.
There definitely was.
For sure.
Done with Nathaniel, 3 books this weekend. Go you. That is awesome. And on that note, we have got to the end of the comments and the end of today's sprint. We'd just like to say, wow, we still did 7 hours anyway. Just like to say thank you, everybody that has joined today. We really appreciate you being here. And as you can see, we'll be back on a Wednesday for another reading session. And we'll I know I'll be reading Anna Green Gables, and so will Coda. And we're going to try and smash it out. But yes. Anyway, we will see you all next time. Have a great day, everybody. Bye for now.